Good morning, everyone. We are going to give ourselves just a few more seconds here to allow everyone to join the meeting. Hope everyone's having a beautiful morning. I know I am certainly here in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Just again, going to give ourselves just another 30 seconds or so that we can allow folks to join the meeting. And hopefully everyone is seeing the screen okay. And hopefully our voices are coming across okay. Again, good morning. If you are in the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting, you're in the right place. Okay, I'm going to assume that at this point, most folks have joined the meeting and we can certainly begin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Corbin Whittington. I'm president of the board of directors for the GBS-CIDP Foundation International. And welcome to the day-long externally led patient drug development meeting. We're covering rare autoimmune peripheral neuropathies. I would like to thank our sponsors, Annexon Biosciences, Argenx, Dianthus Therapeutics, and Takeda. Also, I want to give a special thank you to the Foundation for Peripheral Neuropathy. And the Foundation for Peripheral Neuropathy, particularly for their assistance in organizing the anti-MAG panel. Thank you for that. Also, again, recognition and thank you for attendance, Dr. Jeffrey Allen, Dr. Bart Jacobs, Dr. Michelle Mauermann. Again, we understand your time is very valuable and we appreciate you dedicating it to this community. Also, thank you to all audience participants. Certainly, this is for you and for the broader audience that will be receiving this recording. And then finally, of course, thank you for our patient panelists. Their contribution is extremely valuable today, and we really appreciate your time and dedication. Just want to give you maybe a brief history about the foundation and a little bit about our current stats and our vision. Again, we are the GBS-CIDP Foundation International. We have reached approximately 40,000 patient families and 72,000 members worldwide and growing. 18-member Global Medical Advisory Board. We're very proud of our medical advisory board and they're key to much of our decision making. We have 57 global centers of excellence, contributing in many ways all around the world to the health and well-being of our patient community. We have 275 regional support network volunteers in 45 different countries and growing. Again, wonderful participation in this patient community. We have 75 chapter meetings that occur annually, and we've given away approximately $10 million in research grants, largely through the focused contribution and dedication of our patient community, as well as all of our wonderful supporters in the community. Of course, our focus is around support, education, research, and advocacy. We are thrilled today to bring the patient perspective at this very, very important time where much innovation is occurring for the rare autoimmune peripheral neuropathies. The foundation is committed to bringing the patient voice into this very important conversation. At this moment, I would like to introduce certainly one of our esteemed guests, Dr. Laura Jawidzik. I hope I said that right, Dr. Widzik. Dr. Widzik is the Deputy Director of Neurology Group 1 at the FDA. Dr. Widzik.
Thank you. Yes, you got that right. It's a tough one. Thank you for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. And I guess good evening or good afternoon to those who may be joining us from other parts of the world, as I just learned this morning. So welcome to the patient-focused drug development meeting for Guillain-Barré, multifocal motor neuropathy, and anti-MAG neuropathy. And as Corbin said, I am Dr. Laura Jawidzik, the Deputy Director of the Division of Neurology 1 at the FDA. My division regulates drugs that treat a variety of neurological conditions, including the 3 that we will be hearing more about today. I'm a neurologist and I have some training in neurophysiology, so I have some familiarity with these diseases, but I'm very excited to hear directly from the patients and hear about their lived experience with these 3 conditions. I'm excited to see so many people have joined the meeting, patients, caregivers, advocates, and are willing to share their experiences with these diseases with us. Thank you all for being part of this meeting. And while, FDA plays a critical role in product development, we are just one part of the process. There are many stakeholders who are involved in drug development and who play an important role, including the patients, caregivers, advocates. Today, we are looking forward to hearing directly from you, the patients, about the aspects of your condition that matter the most to you and the things that impact your daily life. As I mentioned, I'm a neurologist. I've been with the FDA for a long time, over 8 years. And during this time, I have attended many Pfdd meetings, and I've personally incorporated the voice of the patient into my personal work. These meetings give us and other stakeholders an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, families, caregivers, advocates, etc., about the symptoms that matter most to them and impact the disease. And the impact the disease has on their daily life. The Pfdd meeting allows us to hear about the patient's experiences with currently available treatments, the limitations of those treatments, and what patients would be interested in a new treatment having an effect in their condition. Over the years, we have found the voice of the patient to be invaluable to our review of drugs to treat many diseases, including the ones that we're going to hear about today. In today's meeting, we will explore issues that are important to research and development of new therapies that are important to the patients. Rare disease drug development is a top priority for our division and for the FDA in general, including the development of treatments for these 3 conditions. The FDA protects and promotes the public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products. We don't develop the products ourselves. We do not conduct the clinical trials. It is, however, our responsibility at FDA to ensure that the benefits of a product outweigh the risks. We work with researchers and companies and academia to help design clinical trials to establish that drugs are effective and safe. Today, we'd like to hear specifically what things patients are looking for in a treatment to manage their condition. This information can help us at FDA and other stakeholders design those clinical trials and choose the right things to measure in the trial. Learning about the patient's lived experience with their disease can help us at FDA and help other stakeholders design better clinical trials, help recruit patients to those trials, and help in retaining patients in those trials, which is critical for the development of new therapies for patients. Today, we'd like to hear more about how you, the patient, and caregivers view benefits and risks of new therapies so that we can incorporate those views in our daily work. Your input and perspective will help us and will help industry and academia and other stakeholders to move the process forward to ensure that new medications meet the needs of patients living with Guillain-Barré, multifocal motor neuropathy, and anti-MAG neuropathy. I'd like to thank the Guillain-Barré CIDP Foundation International and all the staff that have been involved in planning this meeting. We are here today to hear the voice of the patient, and we are grateful to all of you for being here to share your personal stories. I know it's not easy to share your personal medical information with a group of strangers, and so we thank you very much for your participation in this meeting. I'm looking forward to a productive meeting, and I'm looking forward to hearing the experiences and perspectives from the patients. I will turn the meeting over to Lisa now for some housekeeping issues. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I am Lisa Butler. I'm the Executive Director at the GBS-CIDP Foundation, and it's our pleasure to participate with the FDA in this meeting today and to continue to elevate the patient journey in all aspects. So thank you, Corbin, for welcoming our audience. Thank you, Dr. Jawidzik, for your introduction. And now I'm just going to cover a few housekeeping items before we get right into our program. Today, you will hear from 3 different panels. Each panel will start with an overview of the rare peripheral nerve condition from a physician. Then a 15-minute pre-recorded video will introduce our panelists, and you'll briefly hear their patient journey. We will then move into a discussion with our panelists, and we encourage the audience to join in on this discussion if your diagnosis is the same as the panelists. The format will be one that the moderators will ask a question, some of the panelists will respond, and then we will want to hear from the audience. To participate, please take a moment and locate the Raise Your Hand button at the bottom of your screen. When you raise your hand, you'll be put on a list of people to call on. We will call your name and give you the necessary Zoom permissions to speak. We ask that when you have the floor, please state your name, where you're from, and confirm that your diagnosis is the same as the panelists before giving your brief comment. In an effort to hear from many different voices, we'll be asking both the panelists and the audience members to do their best to keep their comments brief. We will do our best to get to as many people as possible. Please be mindful that this meeting is being recorded and your comments will be included in the post-meeting summary report. You will also have the opportunity to submit your comments after the program through our website or through an email that you will receive. If you do not have audio capability, please type your comment into the Q&A box and we will do our best to read it out loud. If you have questions or technical difficulties, please use the Q&A box and one of the foundation staff members will respond. Also, this Zoom webinar has closed captioning capability. To enable closed captioning, please find that button at the bottom of your screen. So with that, I am pleased to introduce our first panel, which will discuss the patient experience of multifocal motor neuropathy. I invite our patient panelists to turn their cameras on at this time. And with that, I am pleased to introduce our chairman of our Global Medical Advisory Board, Dr. Jeffrey Allen, who is chair of the Medical Advisory Board and Associate Professor of Neurology at the University of Minnesota. Jeff will begin with a brief overview of the disease mechanisms and clinical presentation. Dr. Allen.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Thanks for everybody for being here, for the FDA, for the GBS-CIDP Foundation. It's a great opportunity to talk about multifocal motor neuropathy. And thank you especially so much for all the panelists and all of the people in the audience. I'm really humbled to be in your presence. So thanks for this opportunity. I'm tasked with giving a very brief overview of multifocal motor neuropathy. From a high-level overview, I'm having troubles advancing the screen. Okay, so multifocal motor neuropathy is a disease that affects motor nerves. It's one that tends to be slowly progressive and tends to affect the upper limbs first. So classically, when one develops this condition, it affects the hand and it slowly progresses over time. And about 20% of the time, the lower limb can be affected first. And it's not uncommon for it to be affected at some point during the disease, but by far and large, the most affected area is the hand, and usually it's asymmetric. Sensory loss, if it's present, is usually rather mild. So when we start to talk about disability as part of multifocal motor neuropathy, most of this disability is driven by an impairment in hand function. And that can affect a lot of day-to-day activities, which includes using a knife and fork, buttoning shirts, keys and locks. And then if the lower limb is affected, it can really affect walking and gait as well. This has a lot of different impact on just day-to-day lifestyle, as you might imagine, and a lot of different impacts, just not in the physical aspects of it, but it's in the emotional side of chronic disease management as well. Let's go on to the next slide, please. So it's a rare disease, but we know from several epidemiology studies that it affects about 0.5 to 1 person per 100,000 people. So if you kind of do the math, you say in the United States, that means between 3,000 and 4,000 people are affected with multifocal motor neuropathy, and globally about 80,000 people. It's got a slightly higher prevalence incidence in males compared to women, by roughly 3 to 1, but certainly both genders can get affected. And it tends to affect people later on in life. Average age of onset is 40s and 50s, but we know it can develop earlier in some people in 20s and 30s, and then later in the others. But sort of mid-age, midlife is kind of the most classic time when it presents. Let's go on to the next slide. So this was a nice survey that was conducted by the Neuropathy Action Foundation. Yeah, and I'll refer to the survey a couple of times, but essentially what they did was they gathered a large group of folks with the disease, heavily US presence, but it was a global survey, and both men and women were invited to participate in the survey. But it gave a good kind of high-level overview of some of the symptoms and disability, and diagnostic journey, features that were common in those that had carried a diagnosis of multifocal motor neuropathy. Let's go on to the next slide. And what was noticed in this survey was that, clearly the disability in multifocal motor neuropathy is driven largely by impairment in strength and hand function. So those are really the symptoms that drive the disease. It results in weakness without a lot of numbness. But there were a lot of other things that patients with multifocal motor neuropathy also reported. Things like pain and difficulty walking. Multifocal motor neuropathy by itself isn't really a painful disease, but you can imagine that if you've got weakness in a particular muscle group that causes untoward stress on a joint or a tendon, it can lead to a lot of orthopedic types of pain and disability. And this can lead to impairment in things like social activities and participation, the emotional aspects, or something that many people with multifocal motor neuropathy highlight. And this leads to a lot of different difficulties with just carrying out day-to-day responsibility, social life, work, family, schooling, or all can be affected by multifocal motor neuropathy. And then this fatigue and exhaustion also are something that we know are common with many different types of immune-mediated neuropathies, including multifocal motor neuropathy, which can also magnify that degree of disability. Next slide, please. So when we talk about really what's driving this disease from a pathobiologic level, we have a pretty good understanding of some parts of multifocal motor neuropathy and really what's impairing nerve function. We know that in about 40 to 60% of people with this disease, they have an antibody called the GM1 antibody, which is an antibody which targets a complex group of lipids on peripheral nerve myelin. And we think this antibody binds to that complex group of lipids and causes change in electrolyte structure at the myelin and can damage that myelin. And when that myelin is damaged, it impairs the ability of the nerve to conduct signal down the nerve, and that can result in weakness. And it tends to just affect the parts of the nerve that go to the muscles. It spares the sensory nerves. That's not quite as well worked out why it really targets the nerve, but it probably has to do with where this complex group of lipids really lives in the nerve. So about 40 to 60% of people have this antibody. We don't understand exactly why about 40% of people don't have the antibody, but they have symptoms that are really very similar to those that are antibody positive. Let's go on to the next slide. So when we're thinking about diagnosing MMN, we can refer to a couple of diagnostic guidelines. This was a guideline that was first published in 2006 and then was updated in 2010, and it was by a group called the European Federation of Neurologic Society, Peripheral Nerve Society. It's an international guideline, which really kind of helps us understand the blueprint for making that diagnosis. And what we know from making a diagnosis, what's most important is a good recognition of the key clinical features of the disease. Weakness that follows named nerve distributions. We also know that the electrical test, the nerve conduction test, is really important to find key electrophysiologic changes in nerves. And also, number 3 that's important is to make sure it's not anything else. There's a lot of mimics and fake outs for multifocal motor neuropathy, which can really make that diagnostic journey challenging. We also know that there's other things that can be less helpful, things like the antibodies, spinal fluid changes, or imaging can be less helpful. Let's go to the next slide. So when we talk about the nerve conduction study, this is the test where we send a little electrical impulse down the nerve. And in a normal, healthy nerve, that whole impulse goes down the nerve and we can record that in the muscle. In somebody with multifocal motor neuropathy, somewhere along that nerve, those antibodies are binding and they're preventing that signal from traveling down the nerve. And so what we record in the nerve is a drop off in that signal if we do check the nerve in different places. And we see that drop off, we call that conduction block. So conduction block is the classical electrophysiological feature of the disease. In fact, when this disease was first named in the 1980s, it was called multifocal motor neuropathy with conduction block. That was the formal title of the disease. It's kind of a mouthful, so we kind of shorten it now to multifocal motor neuropathy. But conduction block is the classic electrical feature that we see on the disease. Although importantly, we don't see it in everybody. And one of the reasons we don't see it in everybody is because there's not all parts of nerves that we can test with this electrical study. There's just some parts of nerves that are inaccessible. Let's go to the next slide. When we talk about this diagnostic journey, we know that it can be long and arduous for many people with multifocal motor neuropathy. Misdiagnosis along the way is very common. This was back to that survey that we talked about with for patients that were diagnosed with MMN, this global survey. Many of them had been given other diagnoses on their diagnostic journey. Maybe the most notable one was ALS, which is a really common disease for people with MMN to be labeled as before they're eventually found with MMN, to have MMN, which has a huge emotional and treatment impact on somebody. We know that over half of people have a misdiagnosis before they eventually arrive at that diagnosis of MMN, and we know that that time to diagnosis is over a year in about 2/3 of patients, and almost half it's over 2 years. So it can be a long journey with a lot of misdiagnosis, a lot of different clinicians weighing in, and a lot of just sort of bouncing around between understanding really what's happening with their body. Let's go to the next slide. As far as treatment goes, we know that there's some treatments that are effective for MMN. You can look at a lot of different smaller studies, open label studies, for individual randomized control studies presented here, all showing that IVIG is effective for improvement of strength compared to those patients with placebo. Let's go on to the next slide. The most pivotal study that we have in multifocal motor neuropathy is this one that was conducted by Angelica Hahn several years ago. That was a randomized crossover placebo-controlled IVIG trial where people were exposed to IVIG or placebo for a period of time, and then they were crossed over. And what this study convincingly showed is that IVIG improves both disability and strength impairment in folks that were on IVIG compared to placebo for MMN. So both disability and strength impairment were better, both in the short term and in the long term, convincingly showing that IVIG has an important role and is beneficial for those with multifocal motor neuropathy. Not surprisingly, strength impairment in this study was really one of the key features that was captured the treatment effect. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, behind IVIG, we really struggle. There's no other proven effective therapy for multifocal motor neuropathy other than immunoglobulin, other than IVIG. We know, in fact, that corticosteroids and plasma exchange, commonly used in other inflammatory neuropathies like CIDP, they don't work in MMN. And in fact, about 20% of people that are put on steroids that have MMN actually do worse. They worsen with that treatment. There's been many other immunotherapies that have been studied. None have been convincingly shown to be effective, and all have toxicities. So this is one of the major unmet needs in the multifocal motor neuropathy field. Other treatments that are proven effective that maybe can lessen the burden of that disease. Let's go on to the next slide. When we talk about how to measure outcomes, both in clinical practice and clinical trials, there's a couple of things that we know are important. This was a position paper that was presented by a workshop conducted in 2013 of some experts in the field, and they really highlighted things that are important to capture in clinical practice and clinical trials when we're trying to assess changes over time in multifocal motor neuropathy. And what the group concluded was it's really important to understand something about disability, and really important to understand something about strength impairment. Strength impairment we can look at a number of different ways. Next slide, please. Including how we can look at strength on a bedside testing with MRC sum scores, as shown in the kind of the middle panel here, where we can test an individual muscle group and give it a standardized grade. We can also do tests like handheld grip strength, which is really helpful because it's very easy to do. It provides a rapid, quantitative assessment of strength impairment in those with where strength is impaired. The problem with grip strength in multifocal motor neuropathy is by definition multifocal, so it may not capture strength impairment in all patients. And so the MRC strength test, where we can check a lot of different muscle groups in the body, is probably a better overall assessment of strength impairment. It'll capture more patients with the disease, but the combination of the two, I think, can be especially helpful. We also have a couple of disability scales available to us. One is the disability scale I'm showing here, which is called the IRODS MMN Disability Score, which is a list of 25 different questions that are heavily influenced or predominated by hand function, and participants are asked to decide if these tasks are easy, difficult or unable to perform, and you can get a score. It's not a perfect assessment. It's got a lot of things that aren't very desirable about it. But for multifocal motor neuropathy, it's one of the better tools we have to kind of objectify and capture disability over time. Next slide, please. When we're talking about long-term outcome and prognosis, we know that although IVIG is really, really important and can be very helpful for those with MMN, we also know that it's tough to get people off IVIG. Or most people that are on have MMN need IVIG chronically for months, years, many, many years. And even with that, sometimes disability can slip. In this panel on the right, it's showing long-term outcome of folks with MMN that are on IVIG for a long period of time, and then following them over several years. And it's highlighting that even with IVIG, we can have a slow progressive accumulation of disability, usually leading to impairment in hand function, despite these treatments, which are clearly effective, but maybe not as effective as we could do. And even with that, people can develop worsening strength and disability over time. And the final slide, please. So to kind of summarize things up, we know quite a bit about multifocal motor neuropathy. We know it's an immune disorder. It targets peripheral nerve. We know that the antibody is present in about 60% of people. We know disability accumulates largely due to hand function weakness, but there can be other driving factors as well, including lower limb function. And this impacts people on all sorts of different levels, from their day-to-day lifestyle and their work, social structure, ability to go to school and attend normal functions, and has a very heavy emotional impact on folks with it as well. From a treatment standpoint, we know IVIG is clearly effective for strength and disability improvement, but I think we need to do better than what we currently have. And there's a couple of really important unmet needs in the MMN field. In my view, one is to improve the way we can diagnose this disease. More rapid testing to get to that diagnosis early, intervene early, and avoid all of this diagnostic journey that so many people with MMN go through. All of this up and down and the emotional roller coaster. We need to do a better job at that. And we also need improved treatments, or to know how to harness the power of our treatments better, so that we can get more out of them, prevent disability, and ideally also lessen the burden of those treatments themselves. So with that, I think thank you all very much for listening. Again, I'm very humbled and honored to be here, and I'll turn it back over to Lisa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Allen, as always, for sharing your expertise and giving that overview. I think that really helps guide us and sort of ground us as we go into our discussion to hear from the patients. So we're now going to share a pre-recorded video where we asked all of our panelists to share their story with us. So we will be sharing that video momentarily, and then we'll go into some live discussion.
And my journey with MMN began in late 2018 when I began experiencing some pain and soreness in my right shoulder. And at the time I was doing a pretty heavy workout regimen, doing CrossFit, and I just chalked all that up to being a sports injury and just kind of ignored it at first. And then it got to the point where I did go see an orthopedist who gave me a shot of cortisone, which did nothing to alleviate the pain. Then as time went on, I started experiencing some pain and some weakness, really lack of mobility in my right hand and right wrist, specifically drop wrist, and really difficulty picking up a bottle of water, writing, typing, buttoning my shirts. The orthopedist quickly suggested I see a neurologist to get to the bottom of this, which I did here locally at my home in central New Jersey. And over the course of the next couple of months, and we're in mid-2019 at this point, I think I had 3 EMG tests, 7 or 8 different MRIs, a CAT scan, not sure how many vials of blood they drew, but it was a lot. I also was seeing a rheumatologist, a chiropractor, really just trying to get to the bottom of all these progressive symptoms that I was experiencing. Finally, my local neurologist kind of threw up his hands, said that he couldn't figure out what was going on with me, and suggested I see or go to a center of excellence. He suggested Johns Hopkins or the University of Pennsylvania in Philly. I was able to get into Penn first, saw a couple of neurologists there. They wanted to do their own EMG tests, and they did that the week before Thanksgiving in 2019. And after that EMG test, the neurologist casually walked back in the exam room and matter-of-factly told me that I had ALS. So obviously devastating news and not a diagnosis that I was expecting. I sought a second opinion about a month later at Mass General in Boston, where they confirmed the misdiagnosis of ALS. So I was kind of feeling pretty helpless and hopeless at that point. And I had an appointment to go out to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, and I was close to canceling it because I really didn't want to go out there just to hear more bad news. My sister suggested I keep it. So we went out there together, and just like the folks at Penn, they wanted to do their own EMG test. Did that my first full day out there, and then called me up about an hour afterwards and wanted to see me back in the neurologist's office. And my sister and I walked back there, waited for another neurologist to come in, and she said, I'm going to cut to the chase, and I don't think it's ALS. I think it's something called multifocal motor neuropathy. And I'd never heard of MMN, but when she explained that it was treatable and manageable, I was obviously excited. And I came home. I started on a 5-day loading dose of IVIG. And about 4 days after that, I woke up in bed and was able to move my right hand and wrist for the first time in about 18 months. And that's when, for me, the MMN diagnosis was confirmed. So that's a little bit about my story. Really, for me, the challenge was the long and arduous diagnosis process, specifically the ALS misdiagnosis. But again, happy to be here today and look forward to sharing more.
I'm Clive Phillips. I am 49 years of age, and I was diagnosed with multifocal motor neuropathy in 2019. First symptoms were experienced, it's hard to tell, but probably 6-7 years before that. Over that kind of 6-7 years, I experienced a gradual deterioration in my hand function and strength. So by the time that 2019 came around, I struggled with doing anything that involved grasping with my fingers tightly around anything. So tightening a screw or a nut or something like that was difficult. I struggled. At that point, I was physically unable to give a thumbs up, which was probably the thing which was definitely the thing which actually made me realize there's a fundamental problem here, because it's one of those completely natural gestures you do without thinking that I could no longer do and had to think about doing. That all led to me seeking doctor's advice. I had previously been to the doctor, but he'd thought it was just, I guess, getting a bit older, needed to do more exercise, needed to strengthen my hands. I was quickly seen by, relatively quickly, so we're talking 3 months or so, by a neurologist. So he rounded up, I think, about a dozen people to take a look at my case. They then followed that up with a lumbar puncture, which by that stage, they were they'd done a pretty quick narrowing down of options. And although at the time they kind of were reasonably confident in a multifocal motor neuropathy diagnosis, they weren't ruling out motor neurone disease or ALS. That really came when they then put me on to IVIG treatment. So I started IVIG treatment probably now, we're talking 6 months from my initial appearance at the doctor, and 2 to 3 months on from seeing my neurologist for the first time. And within 2 to 3 days of my initial loading dose, I was able to do a thumbs up again for the first time in about 18 months, 2 years, and been effectively on that treatment and very well on that treatment now for 4 years. So
imagine if you were told you had ALS. Imagine if you were told to get your affairs in order and travel sooner than later. Unfortunately, that happened to me, and I lived under that umbrella for 6 months. The first symptoms I remember started back in 2011 when I was tripping all the time. I just thought I was really clumsy. Then I broke my leg when I was walking down bleacher stairs when my left ankle gave out. From there, it progressed to I noticed I had started limping. My muscles were twitching in my legs. I was cramping a lot at night. I noticed that I was struggling to walk after about 50 feet. You know, when you're walking in the ocean and you struggle to put one foot in front of the other, that's how my legs felt after about 50 feet. They just felt very heavy. I went to my doctor and she told her everything that was going on, and she did an MRI on my back, which came back normal. So I was then sent to a local neurologist who did a nerve conduction study. When that came back, I didn't really fit in any box neatly, so I was sent to a neuromuscular neurologist 2 hours away, and it took 3 months to get that appointment. And by that time, I was struggling to walk about 10 feet. It was an all-day appointment, and at the end of that appointment, I was told that everything was pointing to ALS. As you can imagine, I was devastated, terrified, and heartbroken. I had 2 sons and my wonderful husband. That's all I could think about. I was put on the fast track for testing, and the very last test that I was given was a lumbar puncture. I went to my local neurologist to get the results from that, and he told me that came back normal and that I should travel sooner than later and get my affairs in order. And he got up and left the room. I called my specialist, obviously very upset, and he said, you know, there's one more thing we can try. We can try this plasma-based treatment called IVIG. So at that point, I would have tried anything. I was super thankful that I was able to do it at home because it was a 5-day loading dose. And then I had 3 consecutive treatments after that over 2 days before I was to go back and see him. So a nurse came to my home, and it was 7 hours each day. And I was very grateful because I was able to still be home with my kids. My husband didn't have to take time off work to take me back and forth. And I also got very bad flu-like symptoms after every infusion. So it was very comforting to be able to be at home. But the good news was that I did respond to the IVIG. So at that point, I was told I did not have ALS. I had this very rare autoimmune condition called multifocal motor neuropathy, or MMN. Even though I was very grateful I didn't have ALS, I really didn't know what this meant for the rest of my life, and I really struggled for the next few years. I ended up going to therapy to deal with my anxiety and depression and guilt as a mom and a wife. I was able to switch me to a different kind of treatment that I responded better to, which was called subcutaneous IG, which is still a plasma treatment, but I was able to give it to myself at home under the skin versus in the veins, which I responded better to. At this point, I'm probably about 70% on a good day, of my old self. I'm super passionate about advocating for MMN and educating people on MMN because of what I went through, and I really don't want anybody to go through the struggles I did going through diagnosis. So we really appreciate being here today. Thank you so much.
I'd noticed things were changing. It had been going on for some time. It started in the bottom of my right foot, started to get numb, and it worked its way up my leg, and eventually felt like my leg was wrapped in a burlap bag. Then it went to my left arm, and it got numb. And then finally it came to my right arm, and it got weak. Well, I was at a business meeting, and it was a luncheon, and I went to pick up a glass of water, and I couldn't pick it up. Couldn't pick up that glass of water. And I thought to myself, oh boy, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble now. Well, it took a long time to get to that point. It took two years, and it took almost as long to get diagnosed, to get a proper diagnosed. And I was diagnosed with CIDP and MMN. MMN doesn't define me, and it doesn't define my life, but it does control it sometimes. It's been 12 years now since I was diagnosed, and it's been 12 years of infusing and managing conditions, and I'm predominantly affected in my hands. Because of that, I experienced difficulties opening doors. I can't turn doorknobs. Table lamps, can't turn on the light switches. Emptying the lint trap in the dryer is my nemesis. I can't open it. And I have to be honest with you, some days taking a shower and grooming is just more than I can do. Well, along with all of that, over 12 years, my infusion schedules have changed. I started at 4 weeks, then I went to 3 weeks, then I went to 2 weeks. Currently, I'm every 3 weeks for 3 long days. During those 12 weeks, guess what? I've also experienced medication shortages where there weren't different, you were on a brand of IVIG for 5 years and all of a sudden it's not available anymore. So I've tried 5 brands and they are not all the same. Some of them work, and some of them didn't at all. And with all those changes and all those events, it creates anxiety and depression, and that leads to loneliness. I had to address that too. Side effects? Let's talk side effects. There's all different types of ones, some of them really crazy, but some of the most challenging is I've had facial urticaria. That's itching of my face for 2 weeks. Thought I was going to go insane. I've had ringing in my ears so loud I couldn't hear people talk. And then I've had the most scary of them all. I've had an anaphylactic reaction to a batch of IgG. However, through all of this, I'm really lucky. I know I'm one of the fortunate ones. I have a very strong family, fabulous family, and I've got great friends. So Bob and I, husband and I, we go to parties when we can. We schedule our travel to see family and friends around my infusions. So life is good. Overall, life is good, but it could be better. So I'm here on behalf of the foundation today because there is a solution. There's a cure for all of this, and it's going to come through science. I need research. I know we can do it, and I know we can find answers.
Sometimes I lie awake at night and worry about my future because of my MMN. Will I have trouble brushing my hair, putting on earrings, driving a car? Will I still be able to dance? I try not to think about these things for very long. I first noticed some muscle atrophy in my right hand, which is my dominant hand, in late 2017. My PCP wasn't worried because at that point I had no functional deficits. About 1.5 years later, I noticed a few symptoms. My handwriting was harder to read. I had difficulty controlling my pinky when I was typing on my computer keyboard, and I started dropping things. The typing problem was especially worrisome since my job requires almost constant use of the computer. I went to a hand specialist who quickly ruled out a pinched nerve. He referred me to a neurologist who happened to be the same neurologist I had been seeing for years to manage my migraines. My neurologist diagnosed me with MMN and immediately sent me for a second opinion because it's so rare. He also said that my insurance would require a second opinion because the treatment, IVIG, is so expensive. The second opinion rendered the same diagnosis. I was lucky that all of this took only a few months. Often, it takes years for someone to be correctly diagnosed with MMN. I started home infusion of IVIG in August of 2019, and I take it every 6 weeks. By now, my infusion nurse feels like part of the family. I also started taking piano lessons as PT. While I'm extremely happy that the majority of my functioning has returned, there have been major bumps in the road. I've had a lot of difficulty tolerating treatment. I had aseptic meningitis after my first dose, requiring a week off work and constant supervision. My neurologist switched brands and reduced the dose. After a few years, I had a bad reaction to the second brand, a rash on my chest and neck and throat tightening that sent me to the ER while on a family vacation. That was pretty traumatizing. So we changed brands again. My current IVIG formulation is off-label for MMN, which very unfortunately disqualifies me for copay assistance programs. I pay an $1,100 copay every treatment, which creates a substantial financial burden for our family. Money that could be going to my kids' college tuitions has to go to my treatment. Also, I have to plan my life around my treatments and the malaise I feel the week after. The fatigue and headaches affect when I can schedule work trips, whether I feel up to attending activities with my families and friends, and even whether I have the energy to cook dinner. The only thing I'm able to force myself to attend, no matter what, is tap class. I don't have the answers to the questions that sometimes keep me up at night. Nobody does. But for now, I'm stable, and I was recently in a dance recital with my tap class. I'm grateful that treatment is working to slow down my progression. I hope that new treatments get developed that are easier to tolerate than IVIG. In the meantime, I hope that the formulation I'm on gets approved for MMN because unless a new effective treatment is developed, I will be on IVIG for the rest of my life.
Wow. Thank you so much to all of our panelists for opening up and sharing your journey. So let's go back and start at the beginning and talk a little bit about symptoms. And I'm particularly interested in maybe the top 1 to 3 symptoms that impact your life the most. Becky, do you want to start us off there?
Thanks, Lisa. I'd love to. So for me, multifocal motor neuropathy affects predominantly my hands, particularly my right hand, and I am right-handed. Because of the limitations of the muscles in my hands and how I have to use my hands, I get great pain in my hands. So, you know, I'm always trying to stay away from NSAIDs, and I use a lot of CBD creams and stuff. It's difficult because our hands are critical in everything we do, from brushing our teeth to brushing our hair. And it affects every moment of every day. As I had said in my video, the lint trap in the dryer. I'm like, oh no, I got to open that lint trap again. I have been diagnosed for 12 years, and there's times when my hands work, and there's been times when my hands don't work at all. And it causes me a lot of anxiety, particularly when the hands stop working, because you never know when they're going to start working again, if they're actually going to start. So, for instance, washing some dishes in the evening, I'll drop the dishes in the sink. It's very difficult to dry anything. Sometimes even just picking forks and knives up out of a dishwasher is very different. They're difficult. And then within these ebbs of flows comes the infusions. And for the most part, the infusions do hold me steady, Lisa. But there are times when I can infuse and I don't get the effect that I got from the three infusions before. So I have three weeks until the next infusion where I'm not working very well. And then even sometimes I have to go 2 or 3 more cycles before I get that function back. So my life is very inconsistent by my hands not working. And then the final thing I'd like to throw in there is when a part of your body doesn't work right, as it's taking case my right hand, and I'm using it all the time to try to do things and finagle my way around, the rest of the muscles compensate for that lack of function. And I tore my bicep in 2020 because my hand had been so bad for so long. The muscles had cramped up so tight, never released, and one day they just went pop. So there's outside ramifications of if infusions work or if they don't.
Thank you.
I'll hand that back to
Thank you, Becky. Yeah. So Brenda, I know in talking to you, when we're talking about symptoms, you experience your symptoms in a very different part of your body.
Yeah, so I'm one of the 20% that only is affected in my lower body. My husband likes to call me extra special. So, so for me, I really struggle with the mental and physical fatigue because I'm only affected in my legs. Being on sub-Q has definitely kept me more stable. I'm not as up and down as I was on IVIG, but I don't know day to day how my legs are going to, be. Am I going to be, is it going to be a good day where I'm at 70% or a bad day at 30 or 40%? So having to plan everything out, how am I going to get from point A to point B? Do I need help? Can I go by myself? Is there going to be carts? Do I need my walker rollator if it's going to be a long walk? The heat affects me. The extreme cold affects me. Stress affects me. What I eat affects me. So it's just very stressful to try to figure out, to kind of plan ahead, plan your day, because you just don't know how you're going to feel on that particular day. I'm affected in both my legs. One is a dropped foot, so I'm constantly, careful about where I'm walking. And I've broken my leg and I fractured my foot twice. I cannot go sideways. That's bad for me. So no pickleball. But it's just the brain fog, not sleeping great because I cramp all night. A lot of times I'm up 3-4 times a night with really bad leg cramps. Sometimes it's okay. So there's just no consistency, and it's very stressful just to try to plan things out and plan your life because you just don't know what your body's going to do on any specific day.
A challenge for sure. Thanks for sharing that, Brenda. So I'd like to invite our audience to see if anybody there would like to weigh in. Okay. Jeff, I'll turn it to you to keep the conversation going.
Sure, thanks, Lisa. So yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this, the activities. MMN, it's multifocal, so it's patchy in the body. We're all individual, unique people. So how it affects one person is not going to always be how it affects others, especially when you talk about different activities or hobbies. So maybe Elizabeth, I'll ask you first. What sort of activities really impact you because of your disease on a day-to-day basis? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So like opening a jar is like next to impossible. Although I do have these special little gloves I wear that have little sticky things that has really helped, but on my own, it's very difficult to do that. So I feel like I've lost some independence like in the kitchen. I like to bake and, I have this huge bowl that I mix stuff in. And well, first of all, I can't mix, I get tired if I'm mixing with my right hand. So my left hand does help out. But just lifting the jar to like get the brownie batter into the, little pan like that, I usually like if someone's not there, I'm kind of in trouble. But if someone's around, then I ask them to hold it for me because I can't do both. I might have to switch to a smaller bowl. But these are things that were like, I did all the time and without thinking about it, now I have to think like, oh, which size bowl can I use today? Also, something that feels like so small, but it's really, really big, is earrings. I love to wear earrings, but like putting the tiny backs in, first of all, I will drop it. And then I have to try to find where that tiny little back is. And then, so I've started to like really kind of lean over my counter, in the bathroom to like put it on. So at least I can find it better when I drop it. So then so going forward, I'm not buying, earrings that have separate backs, just those lever backs that I can just, kind of, that's a lot easier because I'm not like, getting a tiny thing to fit, behind my ear. So, I mean, they might sound like small things, but when you think about how many times you do these things in a lifetime, they're kind of big. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And we'd love to hear from the audience. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to share some comments about activities as well, please let us know. But before that, Clive, I'd love to hear from you. What sort of things are really bothersome to you from an activity standpoint?
Jeff, I guess I consider myself relatively lucky, and in that, unlike Becky, it's not my dominant hand that's affected. So I'm right-handed, but my left hand is affected. But it's fine motor skills and those tiny little, I'm big into cycling and maintenance of my bike. And if there's one thing that's got lots of little nuts and screws that you have to kind of tighten and work on, it's a bike. And those kind of jobs, so lots of little maintenance jobs that require the coordination of both hands, the strength in both hands, become particularly challenging. And more challenging the closer I get to my infusion as the effectiveness of IVIG wears off. And the other piece of the jigsaw is actually typing. I've got a kind of desk job, and so typing is quite important. And you definitely see that being more difficult and therefore slower over the period of time as the IVIG wears off. So it's little things. It's not the big things it was prior to starting treatment, but it's those niggly little jobs that affect for me.
Thank you for sharing that. Any comments from the audience?
Jeff, I think Lori has a comment.
Lori, would you like to
We
add?
have Judy first, actually.
Sorry, Judy.
Okay. I feel like I'm one of the most unlucky ones because mine started in the year 2000 and all I had was a weak finger on my dominant hand. And I just thought it was some strange aging thing. And then very, very slowly, my right hand, the whole hand started to weaken. And it was 8 years before I even sought medical help because it was so slow and so strange. And when I finally did seek medical help, the doctor diagnosed me with something called monomalic amyotrophy, which is a disease of young Asian men. And I'm an older Caucasian woman, but I didn't know what to think. I believed him. And so for the next 8 years, I thought that's what I had. He did try IVIG without even telling me about MMN. And because I didn't have an immediate response, he assumed that it wasn't working and he just dropped it. Not only that, he didn't tell me to hydrate. He didn't give me any pre-meds. I had horrible headaches. It was a terrible experience. So I just went on another long time thinking I was just this unlucky Caucasian woman with a Japanese or Asian disease. But it gradually started affecting my whole arm, my shoulder. I finally sought a second opinion, and that doctor said, oh, well, you should have tried IVIG for a longer period of time. Sometimes there's not a response right away. Well, after 6 months, I did start improving. It wasn't a huge improvement. It was definitely an improvement. And by that time, it had started affecting my legs as well. My balance was getting bad. So I thought, oh, this is great. At least I'm getting some improvement. But then it leveled off and I didn't improve anymore. And even though I continued IVIG. So then they increased my dosage and I did a little bit better. And then I leveled off again. And then I started to decline. Anyway, to make a long story short, it's been, since 2000, now 24 years. I'm still on IVIG, but I have gradually continued to progress. And I fell and broke a hip 2.5 years ago. And that was a very long, hard struggle to recover from. But I just try to do as much as I can. I have to use walkers and rollators all the time. And I can't do a lot of things. I used to love to garden. I used to love to cook. I used to love to play the piano. I used to love to take long walks. I basically have had to give up most everything. My husband is wonderfully supportive, but it's very frustrating. That's just a sad story.
Yeah. Thank you, Judy. Appreciate your sharing. Were we able to bring Lori in?
We have Ken next.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Ken Ransby. I live in Naples, Florida, and I was diagnosed, well, a bit of background. At the time, this is back in 2014, I believe, 15. I was doing a lot of biking with a group of friends here, as is kind of your rule down in Florida. There's a lot of biking done, and I really enjoyed it. And I came back from, I don't know, a pretty long bike ride one morning, and my eyes sort of started fluttering. And so I thought I'd probably just dehydrated. So took some more water and they went a little faster. The eyelids did. And so ultimately I went to the hospital here. And I thought, I don't know what a stroke looks like. Never had one, but maybe that's what a stroke looks like. And after a while, they said, well, I had one doctor in front of me, and then within 10 minutes or 20 minutes, I had about 5 doctors in front of me, and all talking about an interesting condition. What may be interesting to the doctors is not necessarily interesting to a patient. But over the next few days, they did a lot of tests, and finally, it was it was determined to be Guillain-Barré of some ilk. And after a lot of testing, and ultimately I ended up actually at the Mayo in Rochester after basically seeing almost every double hyphenated doctor down in Florida. And it was determined it was the Miller-Fisher variant of Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is, if you like, a kind of a very rare part of which is already a rare disease. The nutshell of it all is that I became paralyzed within about 4 or 5 days, started at the bottom of the feet as I did with another one of your panelists here. And ultimately it was really from the waist down plus the right arm. Now, over a period of about 3 months, I guess, that thankfully waned to the fact that I had no more paralysis, but it took a little while for it to dissipate. They gave me a whole bunch of gamma globulins or whatever doctors give you And that seemed to go away. The thing that's been left now after all this time, in fact, it's getting a little bit worse, is my dizziness. And that's been troublesome. Now, listen, I feel like I'm the luckiest person in the world. I really do. I'm otherwise in good health. Other people don't make it through this disease at all. Others have a much worse condition than I do. Mine is a condition, not a disease, in my terms. That said, it does affect my quality of life in that I used to be able to play golf. Now I'm on a cane. Golf is out, and I live on a golf course. And other things, I have to be very careful going on slow bike rides now, stay within the community, that sort of thing. So you adjust. But having said that, it's troublesome when you can't kind of walk across the room without a cane. I wish there would be something that could be done, I suppose, to bring back some of that. Otherwise, I feel quite enabled in terms of committees I'm on, brain function, everything to do with that. It's as I say, it's just a condition. And I think my sense is from listening to your panelists, and they're excellent in terms of their descriptions. I think that it's one of those things you have to kind of sense exactly what you do have and what you can do as opposed to what you can't do. I think you have to almost go at it from that perspective in order to give yourself kind of the best swing at quality of life. Anyways, thanks for letting me speak.
Thanks, Ken. Do we have one more comment? Robbie.
Hi, I apologize. I'm on my husband's computer, so it shows up as Robbie, but I'm Gretchen England. I'm in San Antonio, Texas, and I had my story started kind of back in 2019, where I am a retired Air Force nurse, and on my VA exam, the VA doctor noticed that I had thenar atrophy in my left thumb area. And she said, you better get this taken care of or you might not get this back. And I had been diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome. I attributed it to carpal tunnel. Yeah, it wasn't painful. I hadn't lost any function that I had noticed. And so I didn't do anything about it. Well, fast forward to 2022, and I could not prep. One day I went to do the laundry, and just out of the blue, I could not push the button on the laundry detergent. And then I also noticed that I had lost pinching function in my left hand. And so I was like, okay, well, it's time to get something done about this carpal tunnel. So I go to my PCM, and my, he looks at, does the exam, and he sends me to a hand surgeon for, possible carpal tunnel surgery. And I go to the hand surgeon, and the hand surgeon said, yeah, you're a good candidate for surgery, but your nerve conduction test is over a year old. Thank you. Thank the Lord for that. So that got me back to neurology, to neurology. And the neurologist, I also had degeneration or have degeneration in my neck and I've gotten pain down my left arm for years, for decades. So I did get an MRI of my neck because it had been a while since I had that. And so when I went to the neurologist, he had the MRI results as well that he could look at. And so after he did the testing, and looked at my MRI results, he said, this is not carpal tunnel, and this is not degeneration. This is not coming from your neck. And I'm like, then what would we be thinking? And he said, well, then we're looking at an autoimmune disease or ALS. And so he followed me for since fall of 22, really from March of 23 until March is when I got in. March is when I got in with him, March of 23. So March of 23 until August of 23, he did not give me the diagnosis, but the working diagnosis was ALS. And the testing, Dr. Allen may know what this is, but the test that showed in my hand specifically was classic for ALS. The results were classic for ALS. And so that, like I said, he didn't give me the diagnosis, but that was the working diagnosis. At the same time, I was in a very extremely stressful job, working very extensive hours. And so I was physically and emotionally exhausted. And I got to the point where I told my husband, I cannot do this anymore. So it led to me resigning my job. And, there's still a lot of emotions that go around it. I guess it's still relatively new and I don't talk about it much, so I apologize for that. So I started on the IVIG, and it has, I am at the point where I'm stable to improved in my upper arm strength. My upper arm strength is a little bit improved on last testing. Haven't noticed a whole lot of change in my hand. And somebody had mentioned about, the variability and the, when you get the IVIG and the variability and the effects of it. I have experienced that too, where sometimes I'll notice, right before I get my infusions every 4 weeks. And sometimes I notice before I'm time for an infusion, my twitching in my legs gets worse. My cramping in the hand gets worse. But that is variable as well. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. And I experience the same, daily difficulties with particularly my left hand, with opening things. If I hold a plate, a lot of times my hand will cramp just from holding a plate. I experience a lot of the same things that has been shared with regard to those types of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen. And thanks to the audience. And just a reminder, if we welcome your participation and comment, but please, right now, keep it to MMN if possible. So I'm going to move on with sort of another part of our conversation, and that is, I'm curious about how your condition has changed over time and your symptoms maybe have changing, and how well you feel that it's being managed today. So Richard, I'm going to start with you and maybe share a little bit about what you went through kind of in the period leading up to MMN.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Lisa. And I just want to give a big shout out to the foundation as well as the FDA for giving us patients a voice here today. It truly does mean a lot. And yeah, that's a simple question with a complicated answer. And I alluded to it in my video, in just what an ordeal it was going through almost 18 months of progressive symptoms and receiving 2 misdiagnoses of ALS. And I think first with those progressive symptoms over the course of a year and a half, as I said, they were primarily in my right arm, my right wrist, and right hand. And it really took a huge mental toll on me, just kind of seeing the muscles in my right arm waste away and lose functionality, and getting to the point where I'm having to wake my wife up at 5:36 in the morning to button my shirts before I go to work, starting to shave with my left hand and cutting myself every day, and just really a harrowing experience. And then going to see my in-laws who I hadn't seen for 6 or 8 months. And, for me, all these symptoms are moving so slowly, and then just seeing the look on their face when they see the condition that I'm in, and how much my body and my capabilities have changed. And the time suck of seeing all these doctors, and I don't mean time suck in a negative way, but I mean, I was doing some math here, and I think I saw 2 to 3 dozen different HCPs. I think I said 7 different neurologists, my primary care doctor, orthopedist, chiropractor, rheumatologist, physical therapist, occupational therapist, acupuncturists, and just kind of the journey I was on, just grasping for straws and trying, number one, to get a handle on my symptoms and manage the symptoms and try to function on a day-to-day basis. And then number 2, get to the bottom of the issue at hand and get to the right diagnosis, and just kind of the mental toll that took on me and took on my family. And then after getting the ALS misdiagnosis, having to bring my 3 teenage daughters together and tell them that I had a terminal illness and would likely be gone in 3 to 5 years. And then just kind of grasping for straws there, and was on the verge of spending or trying to find $90,000 to spend out of pocket on experimental stem cell therapy in South Korea. So just kind of a crazy time for me, physically and mentally. Then you asked about how is my disease being managed today. I would say it's being adequately managed. I kind of feel like I'm a bit like a duck on top of water, where it looks like I'm good, but kind of the journey to get here and how I'm feeling on a day-to-day basis are a lot more complicated. And I talked about my loading dose, and I did that at an infusion center locally. That was right before the pandemic. So then I had to switch to home infusion after the lockdown, went back into the infusion center, lots of tinkering with the frequency of dosing and the dosing 3 weeks, every 4 weeks, 100 grams. I'm now doing 120 grams every 3 weeks, which is a lot. I only weigh 140 pounds. So it's about 3 grams per kilo, which is a lot. So every 3 weeks, I kind of need to wind down for a day and rest and hydrate. Then I have 2 consecutive days of 4-hour infusions, and then another day to kind of recuperate and rehydrate and kind of get my energy back. So it's a lot. And I've tried 4 different brands of IG. I tried subcutaneous IG last year for a variety of different reasons. That just did not work for me, both in terms of efficacy and side effects. So I'm back on IVIG, now getting it at home. I'll kind of get into the reasons why in a few minutes. So I feel like I'm in good control. I'm symptom free right now, but again, the journey to get there has been a long and arduous one. And even with the proper diagnosis of MMN and receiving good treatment, the mental aspect is still a big part of me. And the word that I use to describe the disease is isolating. I had been diagnosed and living with the disease for 3 years before I met another patient with the disease, and that was Clive. And really want to thank the foundation for what you guys do and the community that you've created. I frankly don't know where I would be, both from a treatment perspective and a mental health perspective, without it. But there's still a tremendous amount of unknowns, and I just turned 50. Hope to be here for at least a few more decades, and just not knowing what the disease is going to bring is tough, and not knowing when that the effects of the IVIG will wear off. And my 19-year-old daughter, who's a strong, confident, capable young woman, she just came home from college the other day, and we were sitting around the dinner table and talking about me and my treatment and my condition, and she just broke down crying. And she was just like, I just don't know when the IVIG is going to stop working, and when your symptoms might come back, and when you could become disabled. And like that just hit me like a ton of bricks, just realizing that this sticks with me, it sticks with my family, and affects us all. So it's a long-winded answer to a simple question, but it's complicated.
No, thank you. And thank you for highlighting the burden on the family too, right? It's really difficult to see people you love suffer.
Yeah.
So Becky, I'm going to turn back to you about how well you feel your condition is managed today.
Thanks, Lisa. And Richard, your words around your family really struck me. Sometimes we get wrapped up in ourselves and we forget, or I forget how it impacts my family.
Yeah.
I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a grandmother, and I watch everybody around me be aware as to, can I pick up the newborn baby? Can't I pick up the newborn baby? I mean, it affects so many people besides just me. But Lisa, to your question, as to how do I feel that I'm managed at this point? Well, as I had said before, I've been diagnosed for 12 years, and my life and diagnosis and response to therapy has ebbed and flowed over time. And it's always changing. Currently, at this moment, I have just switched neurologist to a new neurologist. He was trained at a center of excellence at Duke, and I'm very happy with the care that I am currently getting. However, in the past, I have not had good care. I was originally diagnosed in Pennsylvania at the University of Pennsylvania, which is a center of excellence and has some of the best knowledgeable physicians in the country for these conditions. And I was very well controlled and very well treated there. I had a geographical move, and I moved to another state, and I ran into some problems there, and I had a physician who was dead set on giving me steroids. And I do respond very negatively to steroids. And at one point, folks, I was on 500 milligrams of pulsed solumedrol IV, along with 80 milligrams of prednisone. And I did not get off of my sofa for about a year and a half. That was during the time period when I tore my bicep just went pop. It was a really hard time. As I have gone through this journey, I've had to advocate for myself. And my words of wisdom to anybody out there and to the FDA is that's the most important thing we've got to do to make sure that we're getting good care, the adequate care that we need, and seeing the appropriate physician. Keep looking, turn to the foundation, go to those centers of excellence. And when you find a physician that you can communicate well with, that you feel heard, then your treatment will be better. I wonder going forward what it's going to look like. I am 63 this year, so it's been 12 years, and there were several clinical trials that were recently done that were showing that with long-term IVIG use, that for folks who have previous thrombotic or cardiovascular conditions, that the risk of stroking with IVIG does increase. I do not have any underlying conditions. However, it has been advised to me by 2 separate neurologists on 2 separate occasions to switch my infusion schedule. So now, where I was just 2 days, now I'm every 3 days for every 3 days every 3 weeks. And Lisa, that takes up 15% of my total lifetime. But if you do the math on that and you break it out to my waking hours, that's almost 30% of my waking hours I'm infusing or recovering from the infusion. So it is difficult.
Yeah, so there's a treatment, but it's a burden.
Yes, thank you, Lisa.
For sure, thanks. Anybody in the audience want to comment on sort of how your condition is currently being managed? Debbie. Looks like Debbie's still muted. There she is.
Oh,
yes.
My story is, you know, parts of it are like everyone else's. My diagnosis came in 2022. And I had, you know, extenuating circumstances. I was caretaker for my mother and father. And, you know, when you do that, you put off everything for yourself. But I had gone to probably 5 or 6 neurologists because I was having muscle wasting in my forearm and in my palm. And it was really bad. One of the neurologists had said, you know, you definitely have carpal tunnel because I'm on a computer all day long. And I really never had any, only once I can remember having any kind of a symptom. And it was like the muscle was jumping. It was, you know, flexing in my arm. And it quit after just, I looked down at my arm and it was like bouncing. And I'm going, oh my God, that's so weird. Never happened again. But my muscles have atrophied so bad. I went to a hand surgeon, and he said that my ulnar nerve was severely compressed. So I had ulnar nerve surgery. When I went back for my, 2-month checkup, he said, you should have been getting better. This is, I'm going to send you back to the neurologist. I don't think, he says, although it was your ulnar nerve, I'm not sure that that's it. You should go back. So he sent me to another surgeon who said, this has probably been caused by your neck, but it's not bad enough for surgery, because I did have some damage in my neck. And I had been feeling, tingling and numbness in my little finger for a long time, but it didn't bother me, so they never treated it with anything. But in the last probably 4 months, my hand, it looks like a stroke victim. It's curling. I'm having to wear a brace at night. And I'm so completely right-handed. I can't seem to do anything. My hair, my makeup, eating is a problem. But I did go, not one of the neurologists ever mentioned, multifocal motor neuropathy. None of them even had a clue, I guess. And I was very lucky to be sent to the last neurologist I saw, and she looked at it and she said, this is definitely a muscle wasting disease. Don't think it's ALS. Well, I never heard anything past that, as everybody else, you hear ALS and you just freeze. But about a week later, after all the testing and stuff, they found that I had that protein in my blood. So I started IVIG, and I've had it since 2022. Actually, I'm hooked up right now as we speak. I don't have, I don't feel like it's gotten better, because my muscle wasting is really bad. And, I've had it every 4 weeks since 2022. And to just throw another wrinkle into it, 2 months ago, I had just a horrible pain in my shoulder blade, which my daughter took me to the emergency room, and I had severe compression of my spinal cord. So I had to have C4 and 5 and C5 and 6 fused. So now I have fusions in my neck. So I don't know how much of mine is the MMN, and how much was the misdiagnosed spinal cord and vertebrae injury. So that's why I was interested in stem cell, because if some of this was my neck, which they can't really tell, if it was a disease or, I have a definite conduction block though. So that's why I was interested in stem cell, because I know that it doesn't do anything for nerves, but if I can, try to get my muscle back, that's, I'm interested in that, and just now starting to get into, alternative ideas, because, you can only do, your neurologist can only do so much. They have so many patients, and they're not going to, really suggest things that are out of the box. But, like I say, it's bad. So that's my story, and it's affected everything. I was on the computer all the time. I can't type anymore. I can't write, so it's really, really, really affected my life.
Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate your sharing. A lot of commonalities here, right? Jeff, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Yeah, all of these stories are just so compelling, and from a diagnostic standpoint, everybody's got a unique journey, but these themes we hear are come up over and over again, with doctor to doctor and test to test, and misdiagnosis and surgeries that people don't need. So we just need to do better as a medical community. But let's shift a little bit to talking more about treatments and specific treatments, and the good and the bad of the treatment. Brenda, can you share your experience with your treatments for MMN? I think you're on mute, Brenda.
Yes, I am. Thank you. So my first 2 years I was on IVIG, and I was super grateful that it worked. And that's what took me out of the ALS column, because I did respond to it. But I was one of those that had flu-like symptoms for like 3 or 4 days after every treatment. So every 3 weeks, can you imagine just being sick? You know, you're going to be sick for 4 days. I mean, it's just a lot. And they really couldn't and I was my strength was very up and down. I'd start out weak, I'd have a good peak point, and then I would drop off, but they really couldn't increase my dose because I wasn't responding very well to it with the flu-like symptoms. So we tried a bunch of different things and nothing seemed to work. But thankfully, I was at a Centers of Excellence at Johns Hopkins, and my doctor was very familiar with subcutaneous. So he had me switch to that, and that's a process because you have to do it a couple days after your IVIG treatment, then you start your subcutaneous. I slid backwards. So it took 3 tries doing IVIG between each one to get me to a point where I hit my sweet spot. And when I had overlapped with the sub-Q and the IVIG, I had felt better than I'd felt in a long time. And that was the feeling that I was trying to get back to. So I've been on sub-Q for over 8 years, and it was a game changer for me in the sense that I did not have any more side effects. I was very stable. My strength stayed very level. I could travel with it. With all that good stuff, though, it's a little overwhelming knowing weekly that this is for the rest of my life. I think I figured out I've almost stuck myself 9,000 times with needles because I do 6 needles every single time I do a treatment, and that's a lot, and my thighs are toast. Grateful that I have that. And on the same sense, when my doctor retired, we go through this panic. Like if we have to switch doctors, I know Rebecca went through this, and you have to get your treatment again, are you going to find as good a doctor as you have? And when my doctor retired, I was very fortunate to go to another Centers of Excellence over somebody that trained under him, and I didn't miss a beat. But a lot of people go through a lot of struggles trying to, and it's so important for us to be able to continue on a treatment program that works for us. My other fear is I'm 3 years away from Medicare. I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue the treatment I'm on. If I have to go back to IVIG, I'm really worried about how, because to keep myself at the level I'm at, I'm going to have a lot higher dose of IVIG, and I don't know if I can tolerate that. So I've got 3 years. I'm very hopeful there'll be some changes, but it's, you know, we rely on our treatment to try to live our best life possible. And when there's a risk to that, or you might not be able to stay on it, or something changes, it's very scary. And I don't think it's hard for people to understand that aren't so dependent on something, that how scary it is when that can be disrupted. But I am doing okay. I'm about, you know, like I said, on a good day, I'm about 70%. Like I said, being able to travel with the sub-Q has been great for me. We went to Italy with it, and it takes me about 3 hours to do my dosing. And, you know, so that's what I've been doing for 8 years.
Thanks for sharing that. I often think about, IVIG, we know it works. I don't know what we would do without it, but thank you for putting some color behind what that means to be on it for that long. Elizabeth, can you share your experience with your treatment?
Sure. So I am on, I take it every 6 weeks. My nurse comes to my house. And, you know, luckily we love each other. So that like makes a, you know, if we have to go through it, I'm, you know, glad that he's the one. But, you know, as I said in my little intro that, you know, I have had difficulty tolerating it. So, you know, I'm tolerating this current dose pretty well, but or this current brand, but again, you know, the whole financial aspect is really difficult. And, you know, sort of trying to, so I take steroids afterwards, just a tapering dose of steroids, and I pre-medicate with Benadryl and Tylenol, and, you know, like being on steroids for, even though it's like you know, it's a low dose, it's still like not a whole lot of fun that following week. So it's like I have to plan, it's not like it is that I have to plan my whole life around like the treatment and how I'll feel after that. Like, in fact, I just told my, you know, my neurologist, I said, you know, May this year there's a lot going on. I had my tap recital. We have like my son's graduation. We're going to Italy, family around. I said, I think I need to not take it in May, even though I was due. So, you know, sort of like fingers crossed that I'll be okay, like delaying it, but I just I didn't have any point in May that I could have downtime. So, you know, but that's stressful. Then thinking, oh, well, I'm in Italy, like, will I be fine? You know, and hopefully I won't backslide. Um, and then for fun, you know, I take piano lessons as PT for my hand. As I mentioned, I take my tap dance class. That's more for my mental health. You know, but I worry, well, will I be able to do that and all those things? But I just find that, oh, and a friend of mine is doing some chi healing on me just to, you know, see what that does. It relaxes me, if nothing else. But you know, who knows if that could have long-term benefits? I don't know. But the IVIG, it's great, but it's rough. That's like in summary. So thank you. And it's expensive.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think we have Lori in our audience who would like to comment.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi. My name is Lori Siegel, and I'm from Philadelphia with MMN, diagnosed 2.5 years ago after 6 months of going to different specialists and so forth. So that was relatively quick because I live very near one of the centers of excellence, which I can now walk to again. But anyway, you were talking about some that I wanted to piggyback off of Brenda and Rebecca's comments about what happens with IVIG in the long run and how it affects my and my family's life. So I had a rough time the first 1.5 years after diagnosis to have it work, but then it finally did. And I'm, again, like so many other people, I feel very grateful because I would say I'm now at about 80% of where I was. The things that I can't do at this point, I sort of feel are bonuses. But to think of getting IVIG for the rest of my life is a bit daunting for a number of reasons. And I look at this having come from, there was a period of time when I worked in the healthcare field. And so, you know, and I have conversations with my nurse for home infusion. A big concern I have is the availability of nurses for those of us who do home infusion or even in a facility. The cost, as I'm not of Medicare age now, but I understand from speaking with some other patients that I believe I've got it right. You know, it could cost. I did see that it would fall into the specialty drug category, and therefore, you know, I'd be looking at, I believe it's like $5,000 a year that I presently don't pay, covered under my husband's coverage, that we would be looking at paying in retirement. That's pretty daunting. As well, taking the long-term picture, and because I am a caregiver to some other family relatives, and I've heard from the foundation, it's very difficult to arrange and get infusions. As I heard once on one of the programs from the foundation, if you're in a SNF or some sort of care outside your home. This is we will have to have treatment for the rest of our lives. So what I'm sort of looking for and hopeful for will be a different method of treatment, one that would involve less time of trained professionals or less complicated training for professionals, so that, for instance, it would be that much easier and to have infusions within a nursing home if it were needed, if someone were there. Right now, as I understand it, someone would have to be transferred out and go to a facility. I mean, that just seems unimaginable, I'm sorry, when you're, you know, 80, 90 years old. So especially as people are living longer. So I'm sort of raising the issue of a different method of treatment that are, or options that we would have over our lifetimes, and ones that involve less skilled training of professionals or certifications, as I understand from the nurse, that they have to reach.
Thank you, Lori. That's a really important point, I think, talking about sort of the downsides of current treatments that are available, right? So that could include how you access your treatment as well. You know, are you able to receive your treatment at home, in a clinic? That can create a lot of issue too. So, Richard, you've had some challenges in your access. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And a few minutes ago, I used the word isolating to talk about, for me, what it's like to be a patient with MMN. The word I would use to describe how I think about my treatment is tethered, and me kind of feeling tethered or tied down, quite frankly, to the treatment that I receive every 3 weeks. And I don't mean to come across as kind of ungrateful. I'm truly grateful for the treatment I receive, and my wife has great insurance. I have limited costs, but really my receiving IVIG every 3 weeks really impacts decisions I'm making about how I'm allocating and spending my time, both on a day-to-day basis as well as kind of like a lifestyle basis. And whether it's scheduling vacations, getting together with friends, anything is like, for me, my dates are set in stone because I'm in good control and not experiencing any symptoms. I'm not doing anything to upset that apple cart, so I'm not going to miss a treatment. I'm not going to postpone a weekend. And so that, you know, quite frankly, limits me. Basically, every 3rd week, I'm kind of out of pocket. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything. That's my time to focus on my treatment and get my treatment. And I know we're going to talk about it in a few minutes, but you know, if there were other options, if there were other frequencies, that would just be, I think, life-changing for me and life-changing for a lot of patients. And then another thing I feel, and maybe this isn't completely unique to MMN, but we're just kind of at the subject to the whims of the healthcare system. And as I mentioned, I was receiving my infusions at an infusion center locally, about 10 minutes from my house. On December 8th of last year, I got a phone call from one of the nurses there. These poor nurses who were getting laid off had to call all the patients one by one. And they let me know that the neurology practice they were affiliated with had been purchased by a health system, and they were closing the infusion center at the end of the month. So basically in 2 weeks' time. And again, thanks to the foundation and connections that you've helped me make, I was able to contact my neurologist at Penn, get into the infusion center there. But that's about an hour and a half drive through rush hour traffic, eats up even more time than just the infusions. And that's why I just this week switched to home infusions, because I'm the primary caregiver for my mother who has Alzheimer's disease, and driving an hour and a half to Philly, doing the infusion and driving back was just too much from a time perspective. So that's why I've switched to home infusion. So, you know, for me, it's just on one hand, being very grateful for the treatment and thankful that I'm able to get it. But on the other hand, again, just kind of feeling tethered and tied down by that taking up such a big chunk of my time and kind of dictating my schedule.
Sounds like it. Thanks, Richard. Clive, you had some issues, employment related, with your diagnosis and treatment. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I guess it was, you know, the themes are very similar with what we've heard before, but I certainly in the first year when I was diagnosed, you know, you don't plan to suddenly find yourself going to hospital on a regular basis, and not just on the day you're I mean, I'm lucky. I've got a day of an infusion only every 6 weeks. At that stage, I was every 4 weeks. But it takes me a good couple of days to recover of fatigue, headaches sometimes, neck pain, brain fog that I can, you know, just can't compute things in the way I normally would. And that first year, because I hadn't even planned this, I was trying to go back into work the day after. I don't think I was the most productive person in the office, but I hadn't planned the leave. And so I think I chewed the vast majority of my annual leave just going to hospital in that first year. And then actually changed jobs to try and find a way of making it work better, and ended up, and ever since and until relatively recently, was working 9-day fortnights to at least allow me to kind of not have to dip into annual leave just to go to hospital. And it does make you think about the future. You know, I talked earlier about it affects my typing. So do I need to look, you know, yes, there's technology out there now that can definitely help in that space, but do I have to change the kind of work I do, how I do it? That, you know, Richard said about being tethered to your treatment, that's absolutely the case. And that impacts, it's not just me, because I travel, you know, luckily only about half an hour to the hospital. We don't do home infusion or anything here in New Zealand. But it also impacts my wife. You know, she, knowing I get fatigued and let's just say my brain isn't quite what it was when I go in the morning as I come out, she prefers to drive me to the hospital. So she is also working her schedule around that. So it's impacting her. We've moved house, and, you know, when you're in your mid-late 40s, the last thing you really expect to be thinking about is, will this house cope with a wheelchair if my, you know, if my infusions don't work as well, and my actual, you know, I got to having foot drop like Brenda. Am I going to, do I have to think about houses that actually have everything that a disabled person, you know, would need, but I'll need it earlier? And to Laurie's point about aged care and the like, you're having to think about things that I'd rather not be thinking about at my age. And that sense also, that restriction, that tethered nature, planning your diary, planning how long you can travel. I mean, I'm an odd case, I guess, because I live 13,000 miles from my home country in the UK, but it limits whether I could ever realistically think about working and living in my home country anymore, because of the challenges of finding neurologists, finding right treatment, navigating a different health system. So there's lots of kind of life choices that start narrowing quite quickly as soon as you're on this kind of forever treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Lisa, if I can just jump back in there.
Sure.
That was a point I wanted to make as well. And as I said, I'm taking care of my mom right now, but when the time comes for me to re-enter the workforce, and I need to tell a prospective employer, like, hey, I need every 15 days, I need 2 days off to get this treatment, and I'm not going to be at my best the day before or the day after. That's a real limiting factor, and I think is going to have a real impact on my job prospects and what I can do going forward. So, I think Clive's point's a very good one. So, thank you.
Yeah, that's a heavy burden. Thanks for adding that, Richard. I think, Elizabeth, listening to Clive talk about his house, did you have to make some changes to your household living?
Well, so not yet, but my husband and I are in our I don't know, mid to late 50s. My son just said to me today, well, you're closer to 60 than 50. I said, you know what? Thanks a lot. We're just talking about planning for retirement and where we want to go. And, the kids are going to school in the Northeast and we live in the Atlanta area, where might we end up, or, sort of whatever. But thinking about what kind of house would we live in? Right now, I have 3 stories. My house would not have 3 stories, or if, at the very least, there would be, our bedroom would be on the first floor so that we could manage everything on one level. Doesn't mean we, might not have something for, guests and stuff on a different floor, but that has become a non-negotiable. And it wasn't anything I had really thought about. I had thought about it a little, just thinking about, oh, well, that's a smart thing to do as you age. But I was thinking, as I turned, 80, not 60 or 65 or whenever I'll, end up retiring. So that just sort of kind of like what Clive said, to think about that kind of stuff at sort of a much younger age is, sort of sobering. So that's definitely become a non-negotiable for planning the future, is that we'd have to be able to manage on one level.
Yeah,
Can
Brenda,
I jump in really quick?
Sure.
Lisa? So
Sure.
just talking about all this, my husband and I are in the process, why it looks so empty back here, of moving to North Carolina because it's gotten hard for me with the stairs and just the huge house. So we're kind of retiring early. My husband's going to be traveling back and forth from North Carolina to Virginia for 12 to 15 more months, just so we can get in a house that's all on one level. And where I feel safer, like just I can get in, but we had to pre-plan everything, like everything green low. We had to make sure that, you know, I had a shower that was zero entry. Eventually, if I end up needing, you know, to be wheeled in there and having to, you know, just prepping for the future, because we don't know how this is going to progress. So for me, you know, just retiring early because we want to do stuff versus waiting, you know, until I can't do stuff. So that's how this has kind of affected us as well. We've, you know, 3 or 4 years before we had planned on it, we're changing our home.
Yeah, the unpredictability, right?
Yeah.
Really underscores. Thanks. And Jeff, do you want to sort of lead us into our last panel discussion?
Yeah, so we're talking a lot about the future right now, which is a really important thing to think about in this interchange between disability and treatments and how our current treatments are helpful, but downsides to them as well. So if we start to think about our treatments and say, what does the future look like? Let's talk a little bit about what in a more ideal treatment would look like. We heard from an audience member, Lori, who talked about improving access to this in different sorts of facilities, and importance of making logistically it easier and to get some of our treatments. But I'd love to hear from each of our panelists, kind of a rapid fire questions on, you know, short of maybe a whole cure for this disease, what sort of characteristics or properties of an ideal treatment are really important to you? And maybe start off with Elizabeth. What do you think?
Yeah, I want something that is quick, easy, maybe a daily pill, something like that, cheap, instead of our long infusion that's very expensive, with no side effects or very minimal. I know I'm asking for a lot.
Yeah, so a lot less burdensome from a treatment side. Becky, what do you think?
First, I'd like to understand the pathophysiology of the disease. I know that's not so much treatment, but on our steps of getting there, just really try to understand why that all of this is happening. And then in terms of the treatment itself, it would be something that's, first of all, either insurance is happy to pay for because it's less expensive, or it's affordable to the patient. All of us have been mentioning as we move into a changing in our insurance lives, what is it going to look like going forward? And that really impacts everybody who's on the panel here. But I also just, you know, when I look at the panel, a lot of us are very fortunate people. There's a lot of people who have this disease that don't have the resources that possibly we do. And so that really needs to be addressed as we look at drug development for this. So the same answer for everybody else: affordability, less impact, less recovery time, and really minimizing the variability of the response to the treatment.
Yeah, and I like your thought about trying to find disease, you know, mechanisms that really are important to target, so we can kind of really get down to it rather than maybe a more generic immunotherapy. Brenda, any comments?
Yeah, so I think I would love to see something that was not plasma based, because I wonder the sustainability of that. So to find something that way, and I think just a variety of treatments. Everybody's seen we're all so incredibly different. Everybody responds differently. Just to have something for everybody that they can live their best lives. Obviously, quick would be awesome. And something that helped with the chronic fatigue that a lot of us deal with would be amazing. I would love to get up one morning and feel rested. I haven't felt rested in probably 12 years. So that would be nice.
Yeah, options would certainly be great, you know, other than IVIG. And I love what you said there at the end, that thinking about ways to manage other symptoms outside of immunotherapy is super important as well. And maybe we haven't addressed that as nearly as much as we should have. Richard, you care to comment on ideal properties of future treatments?
Yeah, I think for me, it's all about dosing flexibility and administration. And I did work in the drug industry for almost 2 decades at Novo Nordisk, and I look at the innovation that's taken place in that space, where if you looked at type 1 diabetes, for example, 20 years ago, patients were dealing with multiple daily injections, maybe 4 to 5 shots a day, and now they have insulin pumps with continuous glucose monitors. Or Ozempic, everybody knows about Ozempic. That's a once weekly shot with a needle that patients can barely feel. When the first drug in that class launched in 2005, they were 2 shots daily with needles so big patients referred to them as harpoons. So I kind of like get giddy and frustrated at the same time, thinking about like, wow, look at the innovation that can take place in terms of dosing and administration, and frustrated that it hasn't yet taken place in the MMN space. So, you know, if we could look at things that were injections instead of infusions, that were once every 4 or 6 weeks versus once every 2 or 3, and just took up a lot less time and gave patients so much more freedom and flexibility, that would be a game changer for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be in your corner that less needles would be better. Shorter infusions would be better. Clive, last word from the panel to you.
I'd say no needles, please, if we can avoid them. But you know, self-medication, don't have to travel anywhere, quick and easy, and like Richard said, you know, the diabetes one where it's you know, if something's monitoring your condition and then automatically dosing, and you're barely having to think about it, I mean, that's nirvana. Aside from a pure cure, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm hearing from you more autonomy. I think a lot of people would agree on that. That give us the control back. Live a normal life. Less reminders of the disease. Autonomy is so important. Thanks for sharing all that. Anybody in the audience? I think we have a minute or two just for any other comments.
Hi, my name's Eric Luno. I know this kind of changes the topic right now for a moment, but what I'd like to see a treatment option that would help me regain strength and muscle mass in atrophied muscles. I was diagnosed in 2009, and by that time I pretty much lost the thenar eminence in my right hand and the lateral head of my right tricep, and I also have a very weak tricep. Fortunately, I'm left-handed, so it doesn't impact my life too much. And I feel like I've been very lucky, especially hearing other people's stories, because I'm able to do pretty much everything. And, you know, some of the people I've met in person, one guy, Carl, he's pretty much lost use of both hands, you know, and I hear other stories, and I just think, well, I'm doing okay. I'm not on IVIG all the time. I take it when I lose dexterity in my fingers and hands, and I haven't had it for like 5 years. So I hope if something comes up, you know, we can, you know, find some way of regaining what I've already lost before I was diagnosed with MMN. And I hope to meet you all. I do plan to go to the conference next year. But as far as, you know, Richard said about being isolated, I also feel I'm lucky because I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I think I've met like 5 other people here. You know, we have lunch every now and then, and it's really nice to see someone else in person. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other comments, or shall we turn it back to you, Lisa?
Looks like Lori has one more comment, and then I think we'll come back for our conclusions. Lori, go ahead.
Hello. Yes. Hi. I would add one more thing, which is to have some sort of ideally measurable criteria to tell when something is working or not. And I take this from my own experience. I didn't have, for 1.5 years, they could, you know, I wasn't able to do so many activities of daily living, and yet I was on the IVIG. And then after about 1.5 years, I was finally able to to get approved to have Rituxan, which is off-label that some people have used. And I started that at the end of August. And I knew that at the end of July, the preceding month, I could tell that some things were coming back, some skills and abilities with my hands. It's affected both my hands and my feet, my legs. But I knew that before that time, I was sensing some other things, that I could do. I took the Rituxan, and you have the 2 doses, and then my doctor said, okay, let's see what happens. Well, I was on an upswing, and I would, and after my 6-month return, I said, I told my doctor I could show him all these things I was doing. And I said, what do you think it's from? The Rituxan, the IVIG? And he said, we don't know. One, the other, both, or none of the above. And it would help to have some sort of measurable ways of evaluating the different options so that we could take away some of the uncertainty for us. Because, for instance, I'm doing great now. Let's say in the future I'm not. I don't know. Do I try Rituxan again? Don't I? I wouldn't know what to do or where to start again.
Okay. Thanks, Lori. I appreciate your coming back and sharing that. So we have just 5 minutes left, and we were not able to get to all of the questions we wanted to address. So we did poll the audience ahead of time. So before we conclude, I just wanted to share a couple of these briefly. So again, you'll be able to view this in a full report after today's program. But this first question, how do your symptoms and their negative impacts affect your daily life on even the best days? So we've highlighted some of the stronger responses, or places where we had repeated responses. So symptoms most prevalent, basic tasks, and many of you talked about that: washing dishes, putting jewelry on, fatigue. Brenda spoke about that, just looking for a good night's sleep, walking, hand strength, and a couple of people said no impact. So if we could go to the next question. What worries you most about your condition? Well, what doesn't worry you about your condition, I guess, right? Maybe. The expenses, Elizabeth, we talked about that. And then the unpredictability. Will it get worse? And overall, this is affecting, all of you collectively talked about the impact on your daily life, your housing, your travel, your family, everything. And then becoming dependent on others, right? That's a scary thing. And the next slide. How has your treatment regimen changed over time, and why? So the dose and frequency, it seems, continually changes. Many of you talked about, different products, different access, different timing. That is clearly punctuated by all that you shared with us today. So I think that's the last, sorry, one more. How well does your current treatment regimen treat the most significant symptoms? Treatment keeps things from getting worse, but it doesn't really recover the lost strength, right? Down at the bottom, I've improved my hands and feet by about 25 to 30%, but that's still not back to where you want to be. I think one of you quoted 70% of kind of where you used to be. And that's tough. So, in conclusion, in summary, I think we've learned that although we have a therapy, and we're so fortunate, there's so much variability in response. And, if we look at we can't look at all immune globulins the same way, because many of you have talked about different responses to different products. And then everybody talks about the lack of predictability, right? And how you're going to respond, when you're going to respond, and the restrictions that puts on planning your life. We talked about emotional health. I think everybody touched on that. The tremendous effect this has on not only you, but your entire family. Really, really a challenge. Welcome, everybody, to our second of 3 sessions today. This is our externally led patient-focused drug development meeting. I'm Lisa Butler. I'm the Executive Director at the GBS-CIDP Foundation International, where we also welcome the anti-MAG patient community. So we're going to begin our program with Dr. Michelle Mauermann, who's going to give us an overview of anti-MAG. And then we're going to have a pre-recorded video of all of our patients sharing their story with us. And then we're going to go into an active live conversation. So we want to hear from our audience as we go through our conversation. And audience, please raise your hand. There's a button at the bottom of your screen there to raise your hand. Please use that function and we will call on you. And also a reminder that there is closed captioning and you can enable that through the button on the bottom of your screen. So thank you again to all of you for joining us. And I want to start by introducing Dr. Michelle Mauermann, who's Professor of Neurology at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. Dr. Mauermann, thanks for being with us.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me today. It's a pleasure to speak with all of you. I just wanted to kind of set the stage and give a disease overview of anti-MAG neuropathy. So anti-MAG neuropathy is, in general, a slowly progressive, length-dependent sensory neuropathy. So there's sensory loss initially that affects the feet and legs, and then that can progress up to involve the hands or arms. A frequent finding is gait imbalance. So patients have what we call a sensory ataxia, so they can't feel the floor and they become imbalanced and walk with a more wide-based gait. Some patients have tremor in their hands and fingers. It can be increased with action. In advanced cases, there can be more weakness. So it's not atypical to see a little bit of weakness in the toes or a little bit of weakness at the ankles, but in other cases, there's more significant weakness with foot drop or hand weakness. And pain can be prominent with tingling and prickling type of discomfort. Most patients have this classical phenotype, although there are patients who have, quote, an atypical presentation that can look more like what we think about in what we call CIDP, which is chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy. And in those patients, we sometimes see we would see more proximal involvement, so shoulder, hip weakness. Those patients have been reported to have lower titers of MAG and be more responsive to some of the typical CIDP treatments, such as IVIG or plasma exchange or steroids. So this is a rare disease, the prevalence of 1 in 100,000. Symptoms typically begin in the 6th to 7th decade of life and are more common in men with a 3-to-1 ratio. This was an international workshop that was convened in 2017, looking at assessment and research for IgM MAG neuropathy. And as a part of this, a survey was conducted in patients with anti-MAG neuropathy. And the discussion in that survey was there was a lot of variability of the first symptoms that patients might experience. So for some, it might be tingling and numbness in the hands or feet. For some, it was more foot drop or more pain. And some it was instability with walking, and some it was more severe fatigue. Almost all patients, however, had progressive symptoms. And most had no other medical condition, so were healthy apart from this neuropathy. We do know anti-MAG neuropathy causes disability, and that increases the longer that this condition is present for. So 16% at 5 years, 24% at 10 years, and up to 50% at 15 years. MAG neuropathy has a significant impact on quality of life. So again, we talked about imbalance in falls and fatigue, as well as pain, but it can also affect emotional well-being. It can limit involvement in social activities due to that imbalance or tremor or just weakness and fatigue. It can interfere with work. It can interfere with taking care of oneself. So what is the MAG protein. So MAG protein is a glycoprotein. It's localized kind of in the area on the myelin and the space between the myelin and the axon. It's important in the formation of the myelin sheath and in its maintenance. And in MAG neuropathy, we see an IgM antibody targeting MAG, which leads to some of the findings on the pictures on the right, where you can see myelin is typically very compacted and is like the dark black ring in the middle. And instead, we see widening of these outer layers of the myelin. And we see widening at the terminal loops of myelin, like for this area we see over here. So how do we diagnose anti-MAG neuropathy? The EMG, or nerve conduction studies in EMG, are particularly helpful. So the nerve conductions show this distal accentuation of abnormalities. So typically what we see when we do motor nerve conductions is the distal motor latencies are prolonged. There's also some moderate slowing of the conduction velocities, but they're more often spared early in the disease course, and we see the involvement mainly in the distal aspect of the nerves. The sensory nerves are reduced often out of proportion to what we see in terms of effect on the motor responses. So here we just see that all of the sensory responses in the arm and the leg are absent. We typically don't see significant proximal slowing, and we typically don't see as much conduction block or temporal dispersion. They're less common in this condition as compared to, say, CIDP. So in terms of treatment for IgM anti-MAG neuropathy, initially the treatments were really chemotherapy regimens. A lot of those are no longer used due to the toxicity and risks of secondary malignancy that those treatments cause. There are some reports of plasma exchange helping some patients, but again, that's usually a modest temporary benefit. There are some patients that respond to IVIG, but studies from kind of open label studies have shown some mixed findings. And the main therapies that are used are B-cell depleting therapies, of which rituximab is the common one. The first trial that that was a placebo-controlled trial in rituximab looked at 26 patients randomized to either rituximab for 4 weeks weekly or placebo. And that looked at a change at what we call the INCAT leg disability score at 8 months. And the primary endpoint was not significant until they removed one patient that actually did not have any abnormality in their INCAT score at baseline. And once they removed that patient, there was a significant improvement. But again, it didn't meet its primary endpoint. There was some improvement in the 10-meter walk study endpoint in this study. The more recent study for rituximab was in 2013. This was a randomized placebo-controlled trial of 54 patients, again randomized to rituximab or placebo. And in this study, the endpoint was looked at 1 year and was changed to a sensory score, as a sensory subscore of the INCAT, because of the significant sensory deficits in this condition. However, this did not meet its primary endpoint either. However, some of the secondary endpoints were significant. Looking at 4 patients improved in INCAT disability scores, some of the physical function and emotional role SF36 subscores. And this is just kind of detailing those 2 studies, again, showing that in terms of the primary endpoint, when we removed that one patient, there was improvement in INCAT with the first study from 2009, but no change in the 2013 study. And the INCAT subscore, both placebo and the treatment group improved similarly. Although the 10-meter walk improved in the first rituximab study, it did not show significance in the second study. So kind of mixed results there. But uncontrolled study findings suggest that 30 to 50% of patients have some benefit from rituximab, and some further post hoc analysis suggests there are some subgroups that respond. So rituximab remains one of the main treatments at this point for anti-MAG neuropathy. So issues are that there's no validated outcome measures in anti-MAG neuropathy. When you look at the rituximab trials, again, it's The different disability scores and sensory sum scores have not really been validated in anti-MAG neuropathy. They lack sensitivity, and these endpoints have been shown to correlate poorly with quality of life. And there's a real need for outcomes that better assess the symptoms and deficits in this neuropathy, such as gait, sensation, ataxia, tremor, and pain. So considerations for future study design are improved outcome measures. There's also an importance of carefully selecting patients based on severity. So there's quite a range, and some patients having very mild findings that very slowly or minimally progress over time versus those that have more significant motor deficits. And so selecting patients that have more than just very minimal disease, but aren't so severely affected that they have so much nerve damage, axonal loss, that are difficult to assess whether or not there could be an improvement. It's also important to think about how long should a trial be in anti-MAG neuropathy. Again, you have to have a long enough trial to be able to judge improvement, and you also have to find worsening in the placebo group based on natural history. There are 2 trials underway for further information. One is the IMAGINE study, which is an international observational prospective registry study, which is using the Roche overall disability score and an ataxia rating scale. And then there's also a TheraMag study in France, which is looking at rituximab efficacy in patients who've had less than 2 years of disease and have high anti-MAG titers. So in conclusion, anti-MAG neuropathy is a rare immune-mediated neuropathy. It's typically most associated with MAG titers that are greater than 10,000, and in some papers over 7,500 as being most specific. The symptoms evolve slowly over years, and they do commonly cause disability. There's a lot of unmet needs in this condition, specifically tools to better assess disease progression, improved biomarkers to measure disease activity, improved outcome measures, and then we need more treatments. We have modest improvement in some patients with rituximab, but really better treatments are needed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mauermann. I think that really sets the stage and informs us as we continue into our program. So as I mentioned, first, we're going to hear from all of our panelists in a pre-recorded video, and then we'll get into our live discussion.
My anti-MAG story is a long one. It started 20 years ago when I was just 53, and I was off jogging on vacation when I started to stumble, and it just seemed like my left foot was not behaving the way it should, and it turns out there was a beginning of a foot drop. And then around that time, I also felt the pins and needles that are commonly associated with peripheral neuropathy in my feet, but not until later in the day. But I was concerned, and so I spoke with my internist, and he referred me to a local neurologist, who then referred me to one of the world's experts up at Johns Hopkins, David Kornblath. And I was fortunate to get an early diagnosis. I mean, within 6 months of a very unusual anti-MAG neuropathy with MGUS, which is monoclonal gammopathy of undetermined significance. That's a mouthful. Through various rounds of blood work, EMG, and bone biopsy. So within a year from then, the numbness had spread to both feet, and I started to feel pain, neuropathic kind of pain, and muscle weakness as well. So I was prescribed the typical med for PN, gabapentin. There was a spike in the IgM protein. That was usually accompanied by more pain and more walking difficulty. So we started a rituximab infusion, which was very well tolerated, but it doesn't roll back the symptoms or any of the bad things that have happened, but it did sort of stop them from getting worse. And so it turned out the treatments lasted, 4 or 5 years, and then I would repeat it again. So once I got to about 10 years, I've been pretty much dependent on the use of a cane to get around so I don't fall. And so now, how am I now 20 years later? My fatigue quotient has increased. Pretty much midday, I start to fatigue. My mobility is significantly impaired. When I go to any big place like an airport or a stadium, I have to use a wheelchair to get around. And things I enjoy doing like museums and receptions and, other events are not at all enjoyable anymore. So, on the plus side, I'm still able to drive and get myself around and go to the gym to maintain the muscles I do have, and that's my story.
Anti-MAG is a hidden condition, and having anti-MAG is a very lonely experience with uncertainty about the future. Here's my story. I'm a 68-year-old retiree living in a 2-story house on a steep slope with a large garden. I'm actively engaged with my community, my friends, and my family. I like being physically active. This was all at risk before I started treatment. My diagnosis at 67 of anti-MAG occurred about 3 years after tingling, numbness, and intense nighttime itching began in my feet. This coincided with working, being a carer, and COVID restrictions. Being busy and distracted, I initially ignored the sensory changes to my peril. The diagnosis was confirmed about 2 years after my first conversation with my primary caregiver. That 2 years was unfortunately spent in physiotherapy and on a waiting list for a neurologist. In this time, the sensory loss progressed up my legs to my knees and it began in my fingertips. This was quite scary. Neuropathic pains now included electric shock sensations affecting sleep onset and nighttime waking. My handwriting became illegible, and worryingly, I couldn't reliably reproduce my signature, with so many implications for identity. Fast repetitive hand movements worsened, the numbness affecting my ability to do craft work and art. I couldn't walk in complete darkness nor balance with my eyes closed. My walking speed slowed. I couldn't tolerate being hot. I wondered whether I should be selling my house and buying on a small flat block, and I worried about whether I could drive safely. This was a very stressful and lonely time of worsening symptoms and no clarity. Eventually, however, I was in the care of both a public neurologist and a private haematologist. Sadly, I was informed that the delayed diagnosis and treatment had probably resulted in irreversible peripheral neuropathy. Since being diagnosed, though, I'm now in a pattern of specialist appointments and 6-monthly rituximab treatments. My neuropathic pain is largely gone, although some returns in the month before an infusion. My hand symptoms have now fully receded. Sensory loss in my legs is reduced to ankle height. My balance is markedly improved. Putting pressure on my feet results in tingling, which is so much better than getting no sensation at all. Despite all these improvements, I've still fallen and broken bones. But day-to-day life for the main part is now manageable. I've adapted where I've needed and future-proofed the house with a lift and ramps and so forth. I no longer worry about driving safely or moving house. I live with measured hope now of maintaining my quality of life. More broadly, though, I hope for greater awareness of anti-MAG in primary health, revised clinical pathways that result in faster diagnosis, and timely interventions that prevent irreversible sensory loss.
Hi, I'm Wes Davidson. I was diagnosed with CIDP in 2021 at the age of 77. I was treated with IVIG, which I had an allergic reaction, and then with prednisone, to which I was non-responsive. In 2022, my diagnosis was changed to the anti-MAG variant, and treatment at that time consisted of gabapentin and a continuation of my physical therapy program. I experienced a very rapid decline, though, in my mobility, largely due to impaired sense of balance. So in 2023, rituximab was added to my treatment regime at 6-month intervals. Back in 2021, when I was first diagnosed, I, of course, went on a quest to learn as much as I possibly could about the diagnosis and treatment of CIDP and its variants. And based on what I've learned, I feel very fortunate, actually. However, I'm really challenged today, and I am concerned going forward. I'm fortunate in that the diagnosable symptoms of my condition didn't present until later in life at age 76. I've had timely access to healthcare that for the most part's been provided in a manner consistent with best practice guidelines. I'm also among the 50% of patients who receive rituximab for this condition that experience some benefit. I'm challenged, though, in that the benefit only lasts about 3 months. Then the progression of the condition continues, and I have to wait another 3 months for the next infusion. I'm concerned in that despite my commitment to my physical therapy program, I'm not able to establish a sustainable improvement in my mobility. I'm also experience on my worst days a level of physical dysfunction or impairment and a pain that is yet to come. In closing, given my understanding that there have been no real new treatments introduced since the 1990s, I'm worried that these conditions will remain understudied, despite a need on the part of patients and the doctors who treat us alike for improved practice guidelines supported by differential diagnosis and introduction of new proven treatment options.
I have been living with anti-MAG CIDP for 20 years. My first recognized symptom was that I couldn't keep flip-flops on. Numbness and tingling began. I was referred to a neurologist and endured a series of painful nerve conduction studies. Idiopathic neuropathy was the diagnosis, and I underwent IVIG. Pain became constant and my motor skills deteriorated. I could no longer feel my feet enough to ride a bike or snow ski. While at a restaurant with friends, a server ran after me as I was leaving. He had one of my shoes in his hand. I had no idea I had left it behind. My neurologist knew of no other treatment, so I was referred to a research hospital. There I had my first rounds of rituximab infusions, 3 rounds over 3 years. My symptoms continued to worsen, and all that was left was pain management with pregabalin, tramadol, amitriptyline, and hydrocodone. After retiring and moving across the country in 2014, my new neurologist confessed to knowing little about CIDP. I sought help at another research hospital, but rituximab was again the only answer. The pain and mobility had worsened in my feet, ankle, and calves, and I could no longer drive. It moved to my hands. I had trouble dressing myself and using a knife and fork. I had to use a motorized wheelchair. My wife and I read that Johns Hopkins had a CIDP research team, and it was there where I first heard the term anti-MAG. A neurologist-oncologist team recommended a Rituxan infusion, this time followed by bendamustine, a strong cancer drug. For the first time, I felt results. Some mobility of my fingers returned, although I still cannot write legibly and must use voice-activated software. The nerve damage was too far gone in my feet and calves to be reversed. To keep strong, I work out at the gym using a seated Cybex machine. I wear orthotics to support my foot drop along with a cane to walk, very slowly and only for short distances. I see a physical therapist and am the first patient with my condition. Even still, I lost balance in the house a few months ago, tore my rotator cuff and had to have surgery. Worse yet, 2 months ago, a routine blood lab revealed an aggressive reversal in my B cell levels. Fatigue and pain have increased. The previous Rituxan bendamustine treatment is not an option due to severe side effects. Instead, a new oral drug for B cell leukemia called Jaypirca was recommended. After 2 months, I had to stop using it due to near liver failure. Those levels have normalized after a 1-month hiatus, and I'm back on the drug. I'm enrolled in a global clinical study on anti-MAG at Johns Hopkins. It is an extremely small universe of patients. Symptoms and condition history vary widely. I, for one, am most interested in any research to understand and alleviate this crippling, painful disease.
Hi there, my name is Hal Tweedo. I'm in Portland, Oregon. I was diagnosed with anti-MAG in 2022. I had been drinking a beer with a friend in the backyard when he mentioned to me that his brother lives with progressive MS, and that set off a bunch of alarm bells for me because I'd been experiencing odd symptoms for years that included numbness in my feet and a lot of paresthesia, which is kind of the pins and needles that you experience when something falls asleep, when an arm or leg falls asleep. So for me, that gets really intense. I feel it in my arms, my hands, my legs, and especially around my torso. And that was alarming just because there's also something called an MS hug that some patients describe. So I was clearly worried. Made an appointment with a neurologist who, after a nerve conduction study, confirmed degradation, but eliminated ALS and eliminated MS. She gave me blood work that revealed that I had MGUS, high levels of IgM, all of that stuff that goes with anti-MAG. So she explained that anti-MAG progresses slowly, that there's no cure, and that the treatment is Rituxan, but Rituxan's only effective in about 40% of the folks that use it. So she, I think, meant to be comforting when she said that most folks remain ambulatory 10 years after diagnosis, but I didn't take that positively. So we tried Rituxan in the spring, and my body handled it just fine. That summer was the lightest that I'd felt in years in terms of symptoms. Everything felt better. I did feel a reversion to the intense symptoms in the fall, and now I'm with a neurologist who wants to hold off on Rituxan until he sees a marked decline in my balance or my strength. So I'm also taking this drug called duloxetine, which actually helps with the paresthesia and restless leg. So it's just sort of like trying to find your fix. I'm very grateful for the days that go well, and it's weird because sometimes I'll wake up and I'll feel strong and capable, and then suddenly I'll just feel this low level electricity running through my body. But I'm grateful for those moments. I still get to ski with my kids. I still get to raft and play sports with my family, and grateful for moments like this where we all get together and share about this pretty obscure situation. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists for sharing your story, and there's a lot to learn in this space for sure. So before we go into our live Q&A, Dr. Mauermann, I wonder if you can just clarify for us the sensory versus sensory motor symptoms in anti-MAG, and if the sensory motor is part of the definition.
Yeah, the common description is to say sensory. It's a distal acquired demyelinating symmetric sensory neuropathy, but I would say most of the time when we examine, we find some mild weakness at first in the toes and ankles, but not all patients have that. And again, that sometimes kind of develops ongoing as the disease progresses.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned symptoms. Let's talk about symptoms. So to our panelists, of all the symptoms that you have experienced, I'm interested in the top, say, 1, 2, 3 that really affect you the most. So Hal, you talked about paresthesia and pins and needles. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so that started for me probably about 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And I would notice it cyclically kind of over the course of the day, I could sort of say, oh, my mornings are going to be difficult. And I was assuming it was something structural, like a pinched nerve. Like I said, it feels like your leg or your arm has fallen asleep. And then it kind of receded. So it was also possible to brush it off. And then sort of the amount of my day that was affected by the paresthesia was increasing, basically. This was coincident with a numbness in my feet, which I think is also a presentation, a common symptom presentation. But for me, I hadn't associated the two. And I was more occupied with the paresthesia. As my time with this diagnosis has advanced, I can confidently, predict, okay, it's going to show up. I'm going to have it all day. Certain days are heavy. And it is a sensory issue, but the sensory does affect your motor skills. So Robin's comment earlier about her handwriting diving off a cliff, that's very much the case. I noticed that when the paresthesia is really intense, my fine motor skills are messy. There is a little bit of a tremor associated with that. So it's an odd mixture of symptoms for sure.
Thank you. And Wade, you talked about symptoms at night. Hal mentioned that too. Can you talk about that? So you're on mute, Wade? It wouldn't be Zoom if somebody wasn't on mute, right?
Okay. How's
There we
that?
go. You're
Okay.
good.
Excuse me. Pain is definitely the most important symptom that I've experienced. It's much worse at night, and I take a fair amount of pain medication, hydrocodone, primarily for that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. There's also a lack of mobility and stability, not being able to walk very well, not being able to walk a far distance, most concerning, and the tremors in my hands. I, along with Hal and Robin, have a problem with writing with my fine motor skills. So I would say those three are the most important.
Thank you.
And not a lot of fun.
No, it doesn't sound like it. So I'd like to call on anybody in the audience and remind you to use the raise your hand function down at the bottom of your screen, and we will bring you on for comment. Okay, hearing and seeing no, oh, sorry. Steve, I moved too quickly.
Sorry.
No worries.
Hi, my name is Steve Smith, and I live in southern Maine. So I think Wes and I share kind of a big state with very few people. I had my first tingling in my feet in 2005, and I didn't know what to make of it at first. I was sitting in a thing. A lot of the things that I've heard similar to what you people have seen, but mine are kind of different. So some of my initial reactions are that I started seeing one neurologist after another, and I saw some people in Portland, Maine, and quite frankly, their office seemed to be oxycodone driven. And next thing I know, they were accusing me of wanting drugs because nobody believed the symptoms. Nobody associated anything, and that's been a common theme. It took like 8 neurologists for me to finally get to Mass General, where I was finally diagnosed with it. And I had rituximab almost immediately, lots of treatments over 2 or 3 years, but I believe I'm in one of those persons that just does not respond to the Rituxan, or has not, and I have not had it since then. A couple of years ago, they were going to try to do it again, but my insurance said no, and they would not pay for it. It's very expensive. Since then, I've gone on Medicare, I might add that I'm 70 years old right now. I've had this almost 20 years. And over a period of time, I've gone through a lot of phases. I've got 3 kids, 4 grandchildren, a lot of trauma, emotional trauma stuff has happened. But through that therapy, I actually started to go to the gym a lot more. And I started a lot of other activities, including playing golf, which was social and stuff. There was issues going on in my life, relationship issues, nothing I caused. But, and I ended up, and then I ended up taking Taekwondo, which is where I am today. And I believe that a lot of my neuropathy in my legs, which goes way up into my legs and in my arms, yeah, I can't write with my hands very well. Good thing I'm a CPA, I use the computer all the time. But it's taken a long time to realize that I think a lot of these things have allowed my brain to recircuit the pathways going to my legs and the muscles. So I've started using other muscles, other nerve to get to the same muscles to do some of these things. So like Taekwondo is very, very strenuous, very difficult. And the people at Taekwondo, when I first started my class, they didn't believe me when I told them I had a problem. They thought I was going to try to fake it. So again, this common era, like nobody knows anything about what this is about. And it's been a real struggle for me emotionally to try and get through time periods. In late 2019, I hear about Wade going to that study, and I was actually finally suggested that I go to a study at Johns Hopkins. Well, that's right on the brink of COVID, and in early January, they terminated the program, and I was set to go do that. So I've had this kind of off and on relationship. All the meantime, the legs are getting worse and worse, and the strength in them. I've had a few of these EMG tests. It's continuing to get bad, but what I have more than anything is I have these attacks. And I have an article I got with me right here where they're trying to determine things, where I go through phases where I can be tested for the MAG and there's nothing. And I can be tested another time and it's everywhere. And I get these, like, I call them either flares or attacks. And I had one a couple of weeks ago, and it's hard to describe. My legs turn patchy, they itch like whatever. The nerve in the bottom of my feet, the pain is significant. My balancing, like you all have, just gets extraordinary bad. And I just have lots of issues, and then it kind of goes away. So what I have done is try to have test periods where I test myself every now and then, like just simply walking up the stairs in my house, going to my bedroom. And for years, I could just walk up. Now I have to pull myself up step by step by step. So not a lot of pain, but the gradual condition of this this MAG thing is very subtle, very long-term. And they're now talking for me about maybe having diabetes, because that's could be autoimmune related. I haven't been diagnosed, but I've certainly got all the symptoms, all the sugar levels, and all that. So there's some things in the horizon, but I plan on just doing a lot more traveling, keep right on exercising, keep right on walking the 9 holes, golf. Of course, can't do that in the wintertime in Maine. There's too much snow on the ground, but you can do it any other time. And I'm doing that actually this afternoon. So I'm sorry to hear about some of the people that you've had such a more significant pain thing than what I'm experiencing. And but I've also learned from this, like this study, I got it here. It says an anti-MAG, Where Do We Stand by Armostino. And they're talking about trying to get diagnosis so that you can be treated. Because I thought everybody had the same condition. Everybody had the same level of MAG. And I don't think we do. I think some of us have it really bad and others of us don't. And I think for some people it's not as bad, and maybe mine is not as bad. I don't know. Then again, I think the whole rewiring or structuring and helping my other nerves is bad, because I can go to the Planet Fitness and lift 200 pounds doing a leg press, but I can't walk up the stairs without pulling my arms. Now you figure that out, except that my body's using other nerves to make the muscles work better somehow for that particular action at the gym, as opposed to the going up the stairs, which they're probably destroyed now. So
thank you, Steve. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to run off, but.
No. I really, it's important.
One
Oop. All right. Dr. Mauermann, I think we're going to go back to you.
Yeah, so I heard from some of you, I think especially Lou, I heard you mention just some specific activities that are maybe important to you, but it's really hard to do fully or the way you'd like because of the condition. And I thought maybe you could expand upon that some more for us.
Well, thanks a lot, Doctor. I appreciate it. And, Steve, I wish, God bless you. I'm glad you can do so many of those things because I cannot imagine doing, most of those things. I'm constantly, and I've had 20 years, so the last couple of years have been the hardest. And so no matter, I think about any, whether it's a reception or a ball game or just, am I going to be able to manage to get there, without assist airports, I've been using wheelchairs at the airports. I just got back from a trip, which is a nice trip to London with a group that I know and who's able to sort of watch out for me a little bit. But I had to sit out a number of the excursions because I wasn't able to walk, and the pain, I had pretty significant muscle atrophy now in the ankles, and that's a real problem. So what I do now, for example, is I come home and rest. If I have something in the evening and I'm at work in the morning, and thank God I can still do that, I'll try to come home in the afternoon and put my feet up for a couple hours, put some pain relief salve, things like that. So it's just managing, what most people would consider normal activities, for me are, a major effort. So.
Thank you. I think Wes, we were going to hear from you as well.
Yes, as I said earlier in my video, really didn't experience much in the way of symptomology until I was 77. I'm now 80, and I feel like I've caught up with some of what's been described already in terms of impairment. I now have foot drop in both my left and right foot. I have no control over my big toe on either foot. So I have a lot of instability associated with the loss of functionality in my ankles and feet. And so in the space of, once I was diagnosed with anti-MAG, in the space of 2 years, I went from being fully functional in terms of physical daily living activities to really having impaired balance to the point that I'm unable to continue to do the kinds of things that I was doing in retirement, travel comfortably. I'm unable to do my do-it-yourself kinds of activities that I used to do in terms of home and property maintenance. So I hire that out now. And some days I sort of cycle through. I have good days and I have bad days, but originally when the impairment really hit me and I started having difficulty with daily activities, I would have 1 or 2 really good days and I'd feel really hopeful about what the future was going to bring and that my physical therapy was making a difference. And then I would go back the other way. So the best I've been able to do is sort of plateau with my physical therapy. And now instead of that cycle being over the course of a 7 to 10 day period, it stretches out now. So it's more like a month and a half. So I'll have some really good days. I can still function. I do have difficulty writing at this point, as has been mentioned. I can still do things in terms of do-it-yourself kinds of activities if I'm sitting, but or leaning up against something. I cannot stand and do anything. I have to be moving in order to maintain any kind of balance at all. I now have to use a cane probably 50 to 75% of the time. But I've had a period where I had to use a walker, so I've come back from that. I'm not quitting. I'm going to maintain my physical activity. I'm hopeful that the rituximab will still help. This is my second go at rituximab, and I'm not getting the same level of benefit as quickly, so I'm experiencing that the progression is coming, and rituximab is good for me for 3 months, and then after that I wait while the progression continues. So that sums it up for me.
Thank you for sharing that. Would any of the other panelists like to weigh in on that question about specific activities and kind of the limitations that the disease is causing you?
I can add that during the period of my diagnosis, I was in a grad program. I was going to do counseling, and a lot of the symptoms were sort of peaking at that time in terms of intensity. So the fine motor skills of just taking notes, that was sort of a realization for me. I have to get this figured out. Was when I was just trying to take notes. I've never had good handwriting, but it was terrible, illegible, really. And I was wondering how I was going to get through this program. So I took a leave of absence, and I haven't gone back, mostly because I'm not sure. I mean, I've had one round of Rituxan that improved things, but only for a short amount of time. So I'm still in this phase where I'm not sure how my body's going to respond over a 6-month period, and I'm not sure how well I can function in a grad school environment. So just in terms of productivity, yeah, put that on hold.
I can probably add a few things about limitations. I used to bushwalk a lot. I'm very reluctant to bushwalk now on uneven paths, up hills, down dales, on any kind of surface that might be loose, because I just sort of can't, even if I wear the best boots, I can't grip into the hill. Or I was hoping in retirement to go back to some sports. I tried. I ended up with one foot treading on the other foot and tripping myself up. I didn't know that I was doing that until I did it. It's a lot of things that I was hoping to do more in retirement, to things that I'd dabbled with before retirement. They're not things that I'd do anymore. At its worst, I worried about driving and whether I was safe to drive my grandchildren around. Since treatment, I now feel safe to drive and to drive them around. This week, I've been walking my grandson to school, a kilometre there, a kilometre back. I wouldn't have been able to do that about 2 years ago. So at its worst, it was very, very limiting. I'm a very active person, usually, and I was being forced to be quite inactive, and that was horrible.
I'm sure, Robin, thank you. Yeah, I can't imagine, honestly. So it looks like we have a lot of hands raised, and I just want to remind everybody that we're looking for comments more than questions here. So let's see, Isla.
Yes, I've had, well, the good news is old. The bad news is that I was diagnosed with anti-MAG in 2016. And a lot of the whole process that occurred was due primarily to running around to different doctors trying to get complete and accurate information. I ended up going to Barnes Jewish, which has a big neuromuscular center. That's, I believe, where rituximab was first used. And the doctor I met with, my first visit, when I was, you hardly could tell anything was wrong with me, he decided it would be very beneficial if he showed me how to use a cane, which is not something I really wanted his advice on at that time. Subsequent to that time, I found a doctor in Austin, Texas, and I had the results sent to him. And my first visit to him, he asked me why I thought I had MAG. And I said, well, that's the diagnosis I got. Let me see my results. And he said, I couldn't see my results because they were sent to him, not to me. So I went and I requested my results from Barnes Jewish. And in the actual report, it showed, I think it's the ELISA test or something like that. The interpretation is that the patient had MAG. So I yellowed it with the type of pen you use when you used to study and had paper stuff. And I traipsed back to his office and I showed him it was MAG. But I think the most upsetting thing was in my first visit with him, I asked him, will I be able to get my normal life back? And he said, yes. Well, my normal life has gone. Happily for me, anyway, I'm not in bad shape. The disease is progressive, but I have to move slowly, deliberately. I can't move without concentrating on it. And I don't know why, whether that's why I'm so tired all the time or whether it's the actual disease and just trying to move. I try to stay as active as possible. And I believe that's one of the things you can do. IVIG didn't work. Plasmapheresis followed by a rituximab treatment did no good. So I've given up. I figured I have a wonderful neurologist. I visit her and she lets me know. But I do have a question. They were coming out with a wonderful solution for MAG, a binding type glycoprotein that fed the MAG antibody, and then they had to discontinue the study. Have they discontinued the study forever?
Dr. Mauermann,
Anyway,
if you can just comment very quickly. This is not the platform, unfortunately, for questions. We can do that at another time. So please, if you have your hand raised, we'd love to get to your questions through another program, but I'll let Dr. Mauermann respond.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly which of the studies she's talking about. There's been other chemotherapy drugs. I'm not sure exactly which anti-MAG therapy she's referring to, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're going to move along with further questions, but I want to remind the audience that you can submit further questions through our website and in an email that you'll receive after this program. We really want to capture all of your comments. So please add your comments to that and we will make sure we include it in the final report. So thank you. So we've been talking about how well your condition is managed, and I'm curious about very specifically how you would evaluate your condition being managed today. How do you feel about where you are today? And Robin, you were talking a little bit about some improvement, being able to walk with your grandson, but I'm curious about your further comment on that.
Well, I feel as if I'm well managed now. My initial symptoms, I was burning and tingling and numbness in my feet. There was about a 3-year delay before I got diagnosed and treated. In my video, I explained, what all the symptoms that developed in that 3-year period. and they were quite debilitating. I was thinking I was going to have to move house and get hand controls in a car and all that sort of thing. I could see that my life was going to be very, very different if things didn't change markedly. But 17 months ago, I started rituximab treatment, and in that 17 months, the numbness has regressed back from my knees to my ankles. I don't have neuropathic pain anymore. I think that's been the best aspect of the Ritux. And I feel much more hopeful for the future. I've been able to return to a lot of things that I did before, not sport and not bushwalking, but I am walking and I'm choosing my surfaces. So I'm feeling a lot more hopeful about the future. Nevertheless, I have future-proofed my house by putting in a lift. I've bought a car that I can put a mobility device in if I need to, and I can modify for hand controls if I need to. My husband's very generously converting all the steps in our garden into paths. We're putting flat access outside the doors, so I can drive up into my garage and get directly into the lift and come up to the main part of my house. So I'm nervous for the future, but things have improved a lot for me. Yeah, I guess the thing that I'm most grateful for is that I seem to be one of the few for whom the Ritux is working well, but I would urge that any judgment of whether it's working be measured in many, many months, not a few months, because I think that it's been 17 months now since my first Ritux, and I am still improving. My initial anti-mag titer was over 70,000, which I'm told is extreme, and it's now 20,000 as of a few weeks ago. And it seems to be, I hope it keeps going in that direction. I know that it doesn't correlate with your capacity to do activities of daily living, but it statistically and in the research, but for me it does seem to be correlating quite well. So I'm feeling quite reasonably hopeful at the moment. That's where I'm at. And I'm very, very grateful for my neurologist and my hematologist. One's in private practice, one's in the public system. I get my treatments for free in the public system. I pay for them in my tax, but I pay no more than every other person my age. And my specialists are all talking to one another, which I'm very grateful for.
Thank you. Yeah, the reimbursement and payment issue is different everywhere, right? But Wade, I wanted to call on you because in terms of how your symptoms and condition has changed over time and how you feel you're managed, your condition has progressed very quickly. Am I right?
Pretty much. Unfortunately, I don't seem to respond to Rituxan or IVIG. Things for me have gone downhill fairly quickly in that I started with a cane in, goodness, when was that? 2010, to a walker in 2016, and now to a motorized wheelchair. Fortunately, orthotics have helped reverse the total weakness and the in my ankles, in my calves. So that's helped a little bit with stability, but yet I'm still having difficulty. Um, I really can't say that my treatments are helping. I don't feel like my condition is being managed. Maybe that's because I've been dealing with it for 20 years and a number of different neurologists. Now, I have confidence in that my oncologist here is talking with Johns Hopkins, and they're trying to come up with some treatments that may provide some assistance. I don't know. It's too early to tell yet. The pain, you know, nothing seems to have worked there. The tremors in my hands, like I said earlier, have gotten worse. The fatigue and the inability to walk far distances just doesn't exist.
Okay. Thank you, Wade. There's such a disparity, right? In how
Oh, man.
everybody is experiencing this. Hal, did you want to comment on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, my personal management is it just feels like it's just a question of Rituxan. The last time I went in and saw my neurologist, it was all about whether or not I qualified for another round. And I guess I'm wondering if it was a little disappointing to understand that was going to be the only substance of the conversation that I was going to have with this neurologist. Because I feel like there are a lot of other issues that could be discussed. For instance, the paresthesia is something that it's a sensory issue, and as I understand it, that's completely off the radar for metrics because it's such a subjective reporting. So it's not as if the neurologist brushed it aside and didn't care, but it was sort of like the criteria for whether or not I qualified for another round of Rituxan was measurable, had to be measurable. So he's looking at my gait, my strength, my balance. But the symptom that really that I experienced that interferes with my daily life at this point is this paresthesia. It's this subjective reporting. So I felt like we were speaking two different languages, and I'm not blaming that on him at all. I'm just I guess I'm looking at the structure of how we evaluate the impacts of this diagnosis. And I guess I'm wondering if there doesn't need to be another channel opened up in terms of symptom management. So another conversation can happen. Because I did notice the Rituxan impacting the paresthesia. I did feel, in addition to feeling stronger and better balance and all my motor skills improving, I also noticed a cessation of the paresthesia. But yet, if I report an increase in that symptom, it doesn't correspond to a metric for Rituxan. So management it's a touch and go game.
Yeah, that's interesting that you bring up not only the effectiveness of the treatment, but how we evaluate it, right? That's a really good point there, I think. Thank you, Hal. I'm going to turn to the audience. I think we have time for maybe one comment. JD, you're on.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey there. First of all, just thanks to all of you. This is like really great and so helpful. So certainly appreciate that. I guess I had raised my hand a while ago, just when asking about symptoms. I don't know if people are still interested in hearing that, but just my case, and there's a lot of similarities from what I'm hearing here with you, Hal, in particular too. I'm 60. I was diagnosed and I live in New York. I was diagnosed in 2019. Pretty quickly, it started with sensitivity, sort of that hug that you were talking about on my sides. People didn't know what it was. They wanted to give me steroids. Got to a neurologist after a while because it was really difficult to get an appointment. And luckily, though, and even though he admitted he really had no expertise in this area. He ran a bunch of tests, and he came back with that diagnosis of anti-mag. So since then, and obviously we've gone through COVID, and there have been a lot of things going on, but basically his approach has been to just monitor my symptoms, which include the tingling, the numbness. There are points, and it's mostly, it really does come out a lot more at night in like cramps and pains in my legs. Sometimes like so severe that I actually have to like jump out of bed and try to flatten my foot on the floor, because it's just kind of curling like that. And I've described it, if we remember in the old days when we used to play with silly putty, and if you left it open and then you felt it like it became like so tough and hard and you feel like it would crack sometimes. That's how I feel my legs are, frankly. It's been certainly progressing, but at a slow pace. My doctor at this point has just said really not to do anything. He just watches it and monitors it. I guess from hearing what you guys are saying now too, and Robin in particular, I guess I'm frankly I'm now a little more concerned, especially you said, I know it took you a while to get the diagnosis. I had it early, but still haven't really been doing anything for it. So I think I have to revisit that, especially since you're saying, some of this may be like actually damaging and irreversible. That's something I'll look into as well. I again just thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, JD. Appreciate hearing your journey as well. So we've been talking a lot about symptoms and a little bit about treatments, but I want to make sure we really focus on treatments. Dr. Mauermann, do you want to take us there?
Yeah, I think we've heard a lot about, rituximab, obviously, in this discussion, and maybe some of our panelists could touch on, how you have taken that and dosing, but maybe also some of the other treatments, like Hal mentioned, focusing on some of the other aspects of the disease and symptoms and how you've dealt with those using other kinds of treatment modalities. Let's see, Lou, do you want to maybe start us off?
Sure, doctor. Thank you so much. And my retection story, and is I haven't had a round of that since 2017, and because the anti-mag titers haven't been that high, but nevertheless the symptoms kind of grown. The muscle atrophy, the balance issues, have gone and gotten worse. But what I do is, I take the gabapentin, the usual med for the pain, and it manages it pretty well. I think the best thing I do for myself is I keep going to the gym. I try to go 3 times a week, and I have to modulate what I'm able to do at the gym, because I can't go on treadmills and ellipticals, but I can use a rowing machine and upright bike. So I use those, and I basically taking breaks during the day, as I talked about earlier, getting good sleep. That's basically what I've been doing, doctor.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Robin, would you like to share a little bit as well?
Yes. Rituximab has formed the central part of my treatment. I had 2 doses at the beginning of last year, 2023. Those 2 doses were about a month apart. Then the doctor said to me, we won't give you any more. We'll take some blood tests and make sure we're not doing you too much damage. He was pleased with my B cell count as a result of those 2 treatments. So asked me to come back in 6 months' time for another treatment. And now I'm on a 6-monthly program. I turn up every 6 months for another treatment. I go to the hospital. Treatments seem to take a long time, but 8 hours in the chair because each time I've had it, I have an initial allergic reaction to it. So they stop the infusion and I have to have some medication to handle the allergic reaction, which tends to be a tickling and tightness in the throat. And then they resume it and I'm fine. I don't know the day after that I've had it, I'm absolutely fine. So that's forming and I anticipate that this is going to be an ongoing thing for me every 6 months. And in the middle of that 6-month period, the doctor takes blood tests to make sure my B cell counts, where my B cell count is, it's stayed down, anti-mag titer is reducing. So I'm just in this pattern now. They've advised me to get any vaccinations that I need in the month before an infusion so that I'm having vaccinations when my immune system is most active. So that's where I'm at. In terms of lifestyle, I'm doing water aerobics because I figure if I fall when I do water aerobics, I'm not going to hurt myself. So I'm doing that as often as I can. The pool's just around the corner from my house. So that makes that a lot easier for me. And next week, in fact, I'm starting the falls prevention program. I found a physical therapist who's happy to support me to do the one that's been put together through the Human Locomotion website, which seems very comprehensive. So I start that next week, and that's pretty important to me because in the last year I've fallen and broken toes, several toes, and that really held me up for a while. So I'm currently, I tried the Walls protocol to see whether diet made any difference. I followed it assiduously. It made absolutely no difference at all. So I've gone back on gluten and dairy and the other things that were eliminated in the Walls protocol. I'm still looking for other things that I can do that can have some control, where I can have some control over my future, rather than just putting it entirely in the hands of rituximab.
Yeah,
And
so
I keep my fingers
quite
tight.
proactive. I wondered if anyone on the panel too had a comment about AFOs, if that's something that braces and things that anybody's wearing or using.
That has really helped me. Excuse me, Wes, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's helped me quite a bit. The first orthotics I had 2 support braces that were on the outside of each ankle, and those were very uncomfortable. I now have some carbon fiber orthotics, which seems to help. I'm also doing physical therapy with those orthotics, and my leg strength is improved and my stability is improved. Now, I wish I could still walk a decent distance, but I can't. And still, kind of like Lou, if I'm in a big crowd or an airport or whatnot, I've got to use a wheelchair. So, excuse me, Wes, go ahead.
I was just say, I did have orthotics similar to what Wade described, and I found them too restrictive. There was no flexibility in them. So I went without them. And I also was concerned that using them would continue the atrophy because I wasn't getting any usage of my ankles, for example. The foot drop, though, has gotten to the point where I need an AFO for that. And I use one on both feet now that gives me the flexibility, and that's helpful. But I think people really have to experiment with what will work for them given their circumstances. But I don't go outside now without the orthotics on.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I wish just to throw in, I have never found the AFOs helpful. They're very uncomfortable and stiff, and I I get concerned that they're going to cause more imbalance than they're helping. So just to briefly weigh in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lisa, do we have time to ask any of the audience members?
I think we do. If we can have maybe one brief comment, that would be helpful. James, you are on. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Jim Conrad. I've been diagnosed with anti-MAG since 2014, currently 66 years old. Lou, I know we've had conversations in the past. Nice to see you on camera. And thanks everyone for all your inputs and everything you've been able to offer here. It's much, much appreciated. I haven't had a Rituxan, and actually I did have Cytoxan tied into Rituxan since 2017. And thankfully, very blessed and fortunate that I'm in really good health generally. What I find to be most beneficial for me is sleep, nutrition, and exercise. I exercise from 3 to 5 times a week. I've been retired now for a couple years, and it makes a big difference day in and day in terms of my physical and mental health and well-being. So really just in general, what's been most helpful, and Lou, I have to thank you. I actually saw Dr. David Kornblath down at Johns Hopkins, and one of the first things that the doctor told me is, are you seeing an oncologist beside your neurologist to monitor your blood levels? And I said, no, I was seeing a neurologist at Cornell Weill in New York. His name is Dr. Norman Latoff, and I was just seeing a neurologist, but I wasn't getting the oncologist and hematologist to monitor my blood work. Long story short, Dr. Kornblath has retired. I'm now here in Newtown Square, PA, and I see Penn Medicine, and I'm in the care of a Dr. Adam Waxman, who is my hematologist, oncologist, and my neurologist is Dr. Shafiq Karam. And they're both managing, in terms of where I'm at. I'm meeting with them every 4 to 5 months. I should say the neurologist only once a year. My oncologist is really every 4 to 5 months with blood work. So one of the questions I did have to the panel, though, is anything leading from anti-MAG into something like Waldenstrom's or anything that might be a lookout or a watch out, for future progression? And so that was one of the questions I had in the Q&A. And just thanks everyone for being able to put this on. It's most helpful. And I want to wish, it looks like everyone has different conditions and different ways this is being managed. And I just want to wish all of you the very best with your care as you go on with this in the future. Thanks very much, Jim. Appreciate that. It's hard when some of the specialists retire, but we're with one of the specialists now. So Dr. Mauermann, thanks again for being with us. So we've talked a lot about various treatments and responses to rituximab. Seems to be kind of the prevailing treatment here. But I'm curious about any downsides that you're experiencing because of that. So that might mean how you get your treatment, how you're able to access it, the time, the maybe burden on family or partners or caregivers. So Wade, wondering if you could start us off.
It's my experience with Rituxan at this point is not, hasn't produced any results. It's difficult to me. We live about 20 miles outside of Asheville, so traveling in to see my neurologist and my oncologist there gets to be a little bit troublesome. I have to go to my oncologist once a week to have my blood work done. as she is worried about liver levels and the fact that I may see liver failure. We hope not, but I really have to thank my wife. I think she has done a magnificent job in helping care for me, and I no longer drive, so she's the poor one that has to haul me around. I think that's about it.
Yeah, thank you. It's hard to have to rely on somebody else with your losing some, or challenges to independence, I guess I should say. Hal, do you want to comment here?
Yeah, I'm just sorry, Wade. I think that the uncertainty is hard to plan on. I'm kind of, as we've heard, there are a few folks that were diagnosed around in their 50s, and that's where I am. I'm in my 50s, and it's just the longer term effects of the Rituxan are unstudied and unknown, whether or not there's diminishing returns. So in the short term, I tolerated the Rituxan just fine, and of course, nobody wants to sit in a room for 8 hours with a infusion needle in their arm, but it's a small price to pay if there's a positive trade-off. But I think that the main drawback right now with treatment is that you just don't know what it's going to amount to and what kind of plans you can make. Earlier in the MMN conversation, there were people that were talking about what kind of a house they have and whether or not they can stay in it. And Robin has spoken to the plans that she has made in terms of mobility in her house, and I'm in that same position, so those conversations are odd to have when you're 50 years old, and haven't talked to my kids about it because I don't want to freak them out. So the main drawback with treatment right now, or the main challenge, is all of the unknowns, I think, that are associated with it. And then, of course, the population of folks that are like Wade that are not able to even have that conversation. That's a difficult thing to process as well.
It is. Thanks, Hal. And Robin, I think you had some concerns about immune suppression.
Yes, I do have. Look, I'm very grateful for the bounce that I've got from the Ritux, but I am concerned about the wisdom of immune suppressing treatments if you've got a personal or a family history, particularly in first order relatives of cancers. My skin cancer check person tells me that I need to be checking myself much more frequently on Ritux than my usual annual check. So in the time since I started the Ritux, I've been diagnosed with stage 1 invasive breast cancer. I had been free of that. 20 years ago, I had ductal carcinoma in situ. And now, since starting the Ritux, I've been diagnosed with invasive breast cancer. So I wonder about the coincidence there. Was it able to get away because I was on an immune suppressing treatment? So one of my neurologists said to me that at one point I might have to decide between treatment to maintain life and treatment to maintain function. And I think if there was some clarification around the risks to people who've got a family history or a personal history of cancer, you'd be much more confident about making the decision about whether to continue the Ritux. I've been encouraged, nevertheless, by my neurologist to continue it.
Thank you. Thank you all. That's the immune suppression is very prevalent in the conversation. I'm sure Dr. Mauermann would agree with that. So I would invite the audience to weigh in on downsides of current treatments. Steve, hi Steve. I think you're still on mute, but trying to get with us. There you are.
I think I'm there.
You are.
Okay, lost the picture, but this is fine. You probably cut me off at some point. I really meant to be part of this panel, but this screening Zoom meeting, I think I was on a cruise or in a foreign country or something. I couldn't attend it and kind of lost track of it. My story's fairly lengthy. Just cut me off at any time, I suppose. Everything began for me. I woke up in the middle of the night with a grade on a scale 1 to 10. My back pain was a 10, and I had numbness in my right knee. I had nothing. I had literally a perfect medical history up until that night. And I just decided against any kind of surgery. I just waited for the pain to subside, drop down 10, 9, 8, 7, whatever. And I was actually able to get back to some sports again. I played a lot of ice hockey and hardball and everything. One day, all of a sudden, my right foot was numb. Well, I got to backtrack a little bit. I asked the local hospital who's the best. I went to the chief pathologist, asked who the best orthopedic surgeon was on staff with my back to give me some opinion. He took x-rays and so forth, and we decided not to do anything. But one day, all of a sudden, my right foot was numb. And I went back to him and he said, well, what do you want me to do? Take more x-rays? I don't think we'll find anything. And he didn't even tell me to go to a neurologist. But on my own, I did go to a neurologist, and they did the testing and diagnosed it as CIDP. And after a series of, IVIG, nothing was happening. And I went to literature and I saw this entity called anti-MAG. And I asked him, how does he know it's not anti-MAG? And he said, well, we can do a blood test. And sure enough, it came up positive. And from there, I discovered the GBS-CIDP Foundation. I'm thinking I didn't want to take rituximab. That was, I believe, their suggestion even back then. We're talking 2010, I think. I went to a GBS-CIDP forum in, I think, 2010, looking around at everyone there with walkers and canes and thinking, well, that probably won't be me for 10 or 15 years. 2 years later, I'm at the next annual meeting, and I'm on a walker, and I'm wearing orthotics and so forth, and mine was racing. My understanding was that 10% of anti-MAG patients, it goes fast, 90% slow. Every day I felt worse than the day before for 3 straight years. And at a point I was feeling like I was about 3 weeks away from a wheelchair and really ready to give up, basically. But I've done nothing but alternative things, everything under the sun you can imagine. And I've been to symposiums, integrative symposiums on autoimmune disorders, read books on autoimmune disease. I'm thinking, well, no one knows that much about this, but it is an autoimmune disease. I'm going to look at it just as an autoimmune disease. What do I do? And I tried many, many things. And actually, I had an insane reversal. Basically, I was a dentist. I was trying to desperately sell my practice because everybody could see I could barely stand up and walk anymore. I was dependent on orthotics. I was saying goodbye to everybody. This is, how long ago is this? 12 years ago? But all of a sudden it started to turn. After 3 years of downhill, I had 2 years of straight uphill. I started to reverse it some, and a numbness in my legs started to reverse. I was able to do much better than before and do some things again. Couldn't go back to the sports. But if there are many things I did, and it's hard to pinpoint one. If I had to choose one, everyone likes to poo-poo integrative medicine and supplements. Well, I swear by something called liposomal glutathione, which tells me it's your body's main detoxifier. It's in every cell in your body, large concentration in your liver, because that's where most of your detox happens. I was at the symposium, the dinner in Disney World, and having dinner, and I had the orthotics on, and my feet became so painful. And I actually took them off in the middle of dinner. I threw them on the ground, said, I'm not going to wear these ever again. I just can't. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I can't. And walking back to my room, I'm realizing I'm walking better than I was previous. And the only thing different was literally 10 days, 2 weeks earlier, I was starting to take this glutathione. I will say I do have a red light sauna too. So sweating out toxins is a good thing to do. So all this kind of tells me that toxicity was part of my issue. As a dentist, I was around mercury all my life. My dad was a dry cleaner. I worked there. I was around all kinds of toxic chemicals all my life. lots of yard work, pesticides, herbicides. I can pinpoint lots of things that could contribute to that. All it tells me is that there are many factors, but one of them certainly was toxicity. And after 2 straight years of things getting better, amazingly, it leveled off for a couple of years. And now for the last few years, it's been just a slow decline, more muscle weakness and so forth. But I can mow my lawn. I got my practice going. I lost half my patients because I'd said goodbye to them, but I'm actually retiring this September. I got another 10 years of work. I would say my tremor in my right hand has been the most disturbing thing, but I take primidone, propranolol, that controls it to some degree. This could get to be a real lengthy conversation, so I guess I don't know how much I want to go with this, but I just do want to say that I think there's a lot to be said for some integrative treatments. I think someone mentioned the cramping in their legs. I had that too. Once I started taking magnesium, that was the end of it. I haven't had cramps in my legs ever since, just as a for instance. I think I'll stop there because I could literally write a book on my journey. But
thanks so much, Steve. I'm glad that you were able to join us, and hope to see you at other conferences in the future. So we have one more question for our panelists. I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Mauermann to address that, and then we will wrap up.
Thanks, Lisa. So I guess as a final question, is short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for if you were to design or have an ideal treatment for your condition? And Wade, I think I'll start with you.
Well, the first and foremost would be something that would address the pain to reduce that. The second thing would be a treatment that would improve stability and mobility. And the third would be to address the tremors in my hands.
Mm-hmm.
Three pretty important things, and Lord knows I hope I see it in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lou, do you want to go next?
Sure, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on board with share Wade's, hopes and dreams. I think I don't have the tremors, but I have other. But the mobility and the pain are the two, in my book, the key things I'd like to see addressed.
Thanks. How about Wes?
Mobility.
Mobility.
Restoring balance and restoring muscle functionality in my ankles and feet.
Okay. And Robin, how about you?
I'd like to see treatment that promotes remyelinization. I'd also like to see treatments that take into account genetic. My father died of Waldenstrom's. I'm sure he had anti-mag that was never diagnosed. I suspect I've got a genetic condition here. I'd like clarification of treatments. I'd like treatments that address the genetic component of this.
Right. Kind of a more personalized approach.
Yeah, absolutely, a more personalized approach.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Hal?
Yeah, like Robin, I think addressing the remyelinization would be absolutely incredible for those of us that are on the earlier end of this journey. Clearly, if you're already losing mobility and dealing with pain, then those would be the priorities. But I think something that promotes remyelinization would be incredible. I also think that there's a fair amount of evolution that can take place because it feels like we're not far from ground zero in terms of anti-mag and management of it. So I feel like it would be phenomenal if there were maybe a more mature conversation happening about the population of folks that have it and the longer term effect of the Rituxan in especially different parts of the world where different medical systems maybe administer Rituxan differently. So there might be a heavier usage in places where there's socialized medicine, for instance. But those kinds of conversations would be really helpful for answering some of the questions that Robin has brought up and that I have as well in terms of the effect of this and the long-term sustainability of it. So,
thank you. I think we have some time for couple audience members to maybe comment as well if they have kind of a specific thing they might look for in an ideal treatment.
Whitney.
Hi, I am 35 years old. I wanted you guys to know that, yes, young people are out here with this. I have not met anyone else in their 30s. My symptoms started showing up in my 20s. However, I worked as, a waitress, and I was doing doubles constantly. So I thought the numbness in my feet was related to that. Years later, arms and hands started having issues. My mother and my grandmother had carpal tunnel. I thought maybe that's what it was. I kept putting it off. Finally, I had electric shocks in my hands. I was doing manual labor. I could not hold a drill while I was working. So that took me to, I guess, going to a neurologist and begging for help. Finally, they found out I had anti-mag. So yes, I guess my wish would be for some kind of community where we, I guess, look into other people with other ages. I know most people look at me and think, oh, you're young and healthy, you lift weights, you do all this stuff, you don't have anything. I've noticed that that's been a problem with a lot of other people, with getting doctors to actually like listen and believe them. And yeah, so long term, if there was any way that we could figure out what it's going to look like for us now that I've had it since my 20s and it's not looking too great. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know young people are here with it.
Thank you, Whitney. I appreciate that. We've time for one more comment. Hi, Linda. Linda, I think you're still on mute, but we would love to hear from you.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Hi. I was diagnosed 20 years ago. 5 years ago, it progressed into Waldenstrom's. The biggest problem for me is I have lost my career. I was an orthodontist. The hand trimmers I used to be able to control with beta blockers and could no longer. So I ended up in a forced retirement. And that's been very hard to deal with because I was in a profession I loved. I just finished 6 months of Rituxan and bendamustine. I don't see a change yet, but I went for 15 years basically with no treatment. And maybe that was too long. Maybe I should have pulled the trigger and done Rituxan earlier. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So this was an amazing conversation. I can't thank our panelists, Dr. Mauermann, and our audience for weighing in. But I did want to share with you, there were questions that we weren't able to get to, but we sent out ahead of time. So just wanted to share this with you. How do your symptoms and their negative impacts affect your daily life, even on the best days? We heard a lot about balance, discomfort, difficulty walking, tremors, stumbling. So those words in yellow were kind of what we extracted as the most common themes for this question. The next question, what worries you most about your condition? We talked a lot about this, right? The progressive disability, a lot of you have had that already. Function impairment, risk. Robin brought up being immunocompromised, lack of understanding. And how has your treatment regimen changed over time? Many people said they're not on treatment, many stopped. I think there's a real inconsistent treatment response. You could even say maybe incomplete. So clearly we need to look at that more. And finally, how well does your current treatment regimen treat the most significant symptoms of your disease? I think that there's a lot of disparity in the response to this. So some of you have experienced no response to rituximab, others have, and then there's some, gabapentins thrown in and other pain meds that have been helpful. But all in all, I think this conversation shows us that there's a lot yet to learn, and there's a lot yet to serve this patient community. There seems to be a very common theme with a commitment to exercise, and I'm so glad to hear that. And it seems that there's a real need for an interdisciplinary approach, right, to involve many experts as we move forward. So again, I want to thank you all. I want to remind those in the audience and certainly our panelists that we would love your further comment. You can do that on our website or through an email that you'll receive, and that will be included in the final report. And as to all of your questions, I promise that we will continue with more programming where we can bring in more experts like Dr. Mauermann and get some answers to your questions. So we are here this afternoon to talk about Guillain-Barré syndrome. We covered multifocal motor neuropathy in the morning and anti-MAG peripheral neuropathy just recently. And now we're going to shift to talk about Guillain-Barré syndrome. So we are very fortunate to have Dr. Bart Jacobs, who is the Vice President or Vice Chair of our Global Medical Advisory Board, also the initiator and principal investigator of the International Guillain-Barré Outcome Study, as well as several patient panelists. So just a reminder as we go through our sessions today that we really would love to hear from the audience, and you can join us by using the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. We do have closed captioning, and you can also find that capability at the bottom of your screen. So please do raise your hand if you have comments, and we will call on you. But now, again, as I mentioned, very excited to introduce Dr. Jacobs, and he will give us an overview of Guillain-Barré. All yours, Bart.
Lisa, thank you for the introduction, and welcome everybody to this session, and also for the invitation to present here on the Guillain-Barré syndrome. Next slide, please. So all that I'm going to present here is more described in detail in these two publications. That is an international guideline from two neurological societies. And this was published a few months ago. So this gives a very good update on all the information that is available on the Guillain-Barré syndrome. And I will only outline some aspects of this. Next slide, please. So the Guillain-Barré syndrome is the most frequent form of acute flaccid paralysis worldwide. So although it is seen as relatively rare, the lifetime risk is 1 in 1,000, and there are about 150,000 new patients every year worldwide, including 4,000 to 6,000 new patients from the US yearly. It may occur at all ages, and it's a bit more frequent in males than in females. It's a very severe neurological disease that usually starts out of the blue, and then people develop a rapidly progressive onset with weakness of the limbs. And in 1/5 of the patients, there is also weakness of the respiratory muscles, and that leads to respiratory failure, and patients require ventilation for this at an ICU, and otherwise they will die. Also, other peripheral nerves are involved: cranial nerves, sensory nerves, autonomic nerves, and they can also cause severe disability. There's usually a slow and incomplete recovery with residuals, and this is in contrast with what you see in most classic textbooks, that in which the Guillain-Barré syndrome is usually described as a disease that is shows a very good recovery, and I will show you data that will interact with that. So regarding the pathogenesis, it is an immune-mediated polyneuropathy. And the usual trigger is an infection, but it may also occur after surgery or after vaccinations in very rare cases. Next slide. So here you can see a schematic overview of the clinical course of GBS. This is what we call a monophasic disease course, where there's a very rapid onset and patients rapidly deteriorate, and they reach their nadir usually within 2 weeks, but by definition within 4 weeks. Then there's a plateau phase where the patient is stable, and then there's a slow recovery phase, and in the end there's a disability, because most of the patients will show no complete recovery. And during this plateau phase, a patient at the ICU can be fully paralyzed, so it is unable to move any muscle in his body, while still the patient is fully conscious of his condition. So this is a very severe situation. Next slide. The Guillain-Barré syndrome is also a very heterogeneous disease. And this is illustrated by the clinical features that patients may have. This is what we call forms of GBS or variants of GBS. The most common form is the classic sensory motor form, which is occurring in 70% of the patients when there are severe sensory and motor symptoms. Some of the patients have a pure motor form, so no sensory involvement. Some have only weakness of the legs, some only of the arms, some only of the facial muscles. Some have a pure sensory form. Some patients have what we call the Miller-Fisher syndrome, where there is a weakness of the muscles involved in eye movement. So these patients complain of double vision. And very rarely, patients with GBS have also brainstem involvement. Next slide. So regarding the pathogenesis, it starts with an infection, and there are various types of infections that may trigger GBS. But the most common infection is Campylobacter jejuni. That is a bacterium that is found in chicken and in egg project. It's a rather common infection. And as you can see at this graph, this is a mild infection, and only very few people become severely ill because of this infection. So usually this infection goes away without further treatment. But in cases patients with GBS, this will lead to the production of antibodies to nerves. And the reason for that is that there are structures on the Campylobacter that mimic structures on peripheral nerves. So then antibodies may cross-react from the bacterium to the nerves. And these antibodies rise very rapidly, the neurological symptoms develop, and then the antibodies goes away, and that gives the opportunity to the neural system to show recovery. And important for you to understand is that this is a disease of the peripheral nervous system, so not of the central nervous system, so not of the brain or the myelin. Next slide. Regarding treatments, so all the treatment in the acute stage is focusing of inhibiting the inflammation. So plasmapheresis or plasma exchange is removing antibodies and also other mediators of inflammation. And as an alternative treatment, there is intravenous immunoglobulins, of which we do not exactly know how this works. It's important for you to realize that plasmapheresis was discovered in the 80s, in the previous century, and IVIG in the 90s. For the later stages, there's only symptomatic treatments or rehabilitation, physiotherapy. And it's important to realize that there's no improvement of the treatment in the last 30 years, despite all the trials that have been done. And I think that's remarkable because there are so many new drugs available for inflammations. But unfortunately, this has not resulted in a better outcome of patients with GBS. Next slide. And that a better treatment is definitely needed for this disorder is illustrated in this slide. Because in the acute stage, there is this respiratory failure in 20% of patients, severe autonomic dysfunction in 5 to 10% of the patients. So patient may die from this autonomic dysfunction. And there's also progression during treatment in 10 to 20% of the patients. The mortality rate is still 2 to 5%. There's a considerable disability. 10 to 20% are unable to walk. There are many residuals, and also some patients may develop a relapse. It's rare, but it is, let's say, seen in 1 in 20 patients or 1 in 50 patients. Next slide. To get a better understanding of the longer-term impact of GBS, we have initiated the International Guillain-Barré Outcome Study, the largest study that has been conducted worldwide in GBS, where many centers from 21 different countries participated. And you can see here the countries that participated. It's a cohort study, prospective follow-up study, with a very long follow-up time of 1 to 3 years, in which we collect a lot of clinical data, but also biosamples. Next slide. I'm showing you some results from this IGOS that have not previously been published. So this is really for this meeting. And these are data that come from patients from the United States that were included in IGOS. So in total, 181 patients. And you can see here a very important score in GBS to indicate the severity of disease, the so-called GBS disability score, that is ranging from normal, that's 0, to death, and that is 6. You can see here in this figure, on the x-axis, the time with a follow-up of 1 year. And you can see on the y-axis the percentages of patients. What you can see that, well, there is an improvement in time, but even after 1 year, there are a considerable proportion of patients that may be on wheelchair bound or unable to walk. Next slide. More data from IGOS. This is about the EQ Pfdd. I think that's an outcome measure that is frequently used for quality of life. And you will recognize the 5 domains of this score. And what you can see also here, and this is a follow-up of 3 years in patients from the United States and Europe, that also here patients, a subgroup of patients still have a considerable impact on quality of life on all 5 domains. Next slide. Regarding complaints, patients have frequently pain or fatigue. And I'm only showing you here results from about fatigue from IGOS. And what you can see here are the results on the left part of the figure for GBS and IGOS after 1 year, so week 52, and after 2 years. And you can see there is a considerable weakness. I'm afraid that this figure is a bit changed during this presentation. So yeah, it's not exactly what I thought it would be. But what you can see here is that the fatigueness is about the same severity as, let's say, ischemic stroke. And most people know from ischemic stroke that it has a large impact, usually lifelong. But strangely enough, that is not known for GBS, but it's about the same size as what you can see in patients with a stroke. Next slide. So regarding conclusions, I hope to have shown you that GBS is an acute disorder with a frequent residuals and significant long-term impact. Current treatments are definitely insufficient to prevent disease progression and residuals, and we need much better treatment, especially for the early stages, but also for the later stages of this disease. And GBS is a very heterogeneous disorder, so it's also important to personalize that treatment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jacobs. And Dr. Jacobs is going to stay with us as we go into our live conversation. But first, we are going to hear from our patients in a pre-recorded video that tells a little bit of their patient journey.
My story is unique, but I guess all GBS stories are unique. I was in college at the age of 19, and I felt tingling in my hands and feet. I asked my roommate, do I look different? And she said, you don't look different, but you are breathing differently. So then I went to the infirmary, saw the nurse at my college at the time, and she said, it's probably the flu. Take these, go back to your room, get rest. I did that for 2 days, no improvement. I then went to the emergency room. They gave me antibiotics. They said it's probably the flu. Go home, rest, you'll feel better. By day 3, didn't feel better, finished the antibiotics. Now I can't walk. Something is definitely wrong. I call my mother. She tells me to go to the ER at a different hospital to get a second opinion, and I did so. Boy, am I happy that I went to that hospital. The doctor knew immediately when I walked in, and he gave me a physical and checked over my reflexes that they didn't move. My breathing was impacted now. I'm breathing heavy. I'm weak. I can't lift my arms over my head. I'm thinking to myself, man, am I dying? I'm too young. This can't be happening to me. I did everything right. So while I'm in the ER, the doctor gives me a spinal tap and he sits me down. He says, I suspect you have Guillain-Barré syndrome, but I need to get the results back from your spinal. The doctor was honest. He said, I'm going to be truthful. I need you to go into this positive and tell yourself that you're going to get better. Please promise me, Lori, that you'll tell yourself that. So I kept that promise. When I was in the hospital room that night, I just looked up at the ceiling. I saw the holes on the ceiling wall of my hospital room. And I said, Lord, you're going to get through this. You have no other choice. Failure is not an option. Once my results were back and told me, yes, you do have Guillain-Barré syndrome. And I asked the doctor, what is it? How did I get it? What could I have done to prevent it? These are the questions that to this day, I would love to know answers. Don't know, but am grateful that I had the plasmapheresis for 18 days. And the residents and all of the doctors were fascinated by the improvement that they saw. And I must say that I went into this with positive energy. I tell everyone now that I speak to over the phone, you got to have some type of positive energy. You got to have faith because you've been stricken with something that, again, violates you. It just comes out of nowhere and you don't know why. I'm hoping we find a cure because I don't want anyone to ever have to feel that they're alone in a dark room, not knowing the unknown. It's the unknown.
My name is Michael Ring. I'm just a white guy with a bookcase behind me, and I'm just wearing a blue T-shirt that actually says, "Ask me about Guillain-Barré syndrome." I recovered from my food poisoning, which, you know, I had a physical job. I liked my job. I organized running races for a living, and I remember I couldn't go to work, and I put on my Facebook status, I've called in sick before, but this is the first time I'm missing work. Because I really couldn't go to work. And then I healed, I stopped with food poisoning, all the common stuff. And then I had some weird symptoms, some crazy pain in my feet and hands and shins. And since I was always training for marathons, I ignored all this pain, which I shouldn't have because I hadn't been running in a week because I had food poisoning. But then I had a physical job. And my boss took me aside and said, I don't want to scare you, but you're not walking upstairs very well right now and you're dropping things. I'm a cancer survivor. And that said, you should call your doctor. 2 days later, I stumbled into my doctor's office and I had Googled the symptoms and thought maybe I had Lyme disease. They admitted me. I mean, they did a lot of work in the ER, and I remember I said to the doctor, I said, "Hey, am I being admitted? That's a big step." And he said, "Oh yeah, we're just trying to figure out where to do the spinal tap, here or upstairs in intensive care." Then, they did the spinal tap and put me in intensive care, and they gave me the common treatment, which is called IVIG. And they said, "Okay, you stopped getting worse. Go to rehab." But I got worse in rehab. So then now I'm in the NYU system because I was at Rusk, and I went and I had they called it the more aggressive treatment, which was the older treatment, plasmapheresis. And then they basically slapped me on the butt and said, "That'll keep you from getting worse. Go to rehab and get better." Where I got worse again. They did off-label chemotherapy to completely reboot my immune system. We don't know if it was the chemotherapy that stopped the progress of the disease or the disease had just run its course. But then I went into long-term rehab. So I came home 135 days after walking into the hospital. I came home using a wheelchair. I'm running slower. I wear ankle foot orthotics. My hands don't really work, so I go running with someone helps me. I'm still a trip hazard. But my life is not what it was. I was lucky to be diagnosed correctly. And that's why I got involved with the foundation, because many people don't get diagnosed correctly.
I was first diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome in November of 2020 at the age of 23. and then was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome for a second time in June of 2022, right before my 25th birthday. So the first time I got Guillain-Barré syndrome was during the peak of the COVID pandemic. I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time, and my first symptom was low back pain. And I was a pretty active person. I love to run. And so on my runs, I noticed that I wasn't feeling the exact same. This low back pain wasn't really muscular. Nothing really made it better. Nothing really made it worse. And over the course of a few weeks, it kept getting progressively worse to the point where one day I woke up and I was having a hard time walking. And so I went to the emergency room in DC, and originally not much happened. I was actually about to be discharged. They thought that the low back pain was just a problem from something related to my muscles or something like that. They did an x-ray, nothing really came back there. They did a quick MRI without contrast and nothing really came back there. And so I was about to get discharged, but when I was handed my discharge paperwork, there was a changeover in shift, and I actually couldn't stand up to leave the hospital. And so at that point, it was a little bit more concerning for those doctors. The new doctor that came on decided to call a neurologist down. And then within the course of a few days, I was admitted to the ICU as my condition progressively got worse. I then ended up spending 25 days in the hospital between the ICU, being on the floor, and being in inpatient rehab. Lost the ability to walk and was using a wheelchair at the time in the rehabilitation hospital. It was definitely a shock to me as someone at 23 to go from living a healthy, relatively normal life to being in the ICU. I think just how quickly and how severe it came on. It was also really tough because at the time, because it was COVID, I only could have one visitor per day, and eventually it actually became no visitors per day. And I also was away from my family who was in Massachusetts. So even though they flew down, I couldn't see all of them every day just because I only had that one visitor. I eventually made a full recovery. I left the inpatient rehab facility. I was using a walker at the time. I then used a cane, and then worked in physical therapy for many, many months, very hard, and regained the ability to walk, and then learned to run again. And then in learning to run again, about on the year after, actually, I was, after I got out of the ICU, I ran a half marathon in DC as a way to sort of celebrate that recovery. I thought everything was over in terms of GBS being behind me. And then in June of 2022, I got COVID, and in getting COVID, it led to a recurrence of my Guillain-Barré syndrome. Was in the hospital that time for 19 days, once again, lost the ability to walk. A very similar story to the first time, and then relearned the ability to walk, again, spending time in the hospital and the inpatient rehab facility, and then relearned to walk over the course, I would say, over the next 6 or so months, and learned to run again as well. And then now feel really good, but I would say physically feeling good, but mentally the reverberations of Guillain-Barré sort of never go away. I think that's something that GBS patients have in common, and still something that I deal with on a daily basis, especially having a recurrence. I think being nervous about that happening is difficult.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Garamendi-Can. I am a family physician in Sacramento, California, and a mom to our 3 daughters. Paralyzed from the chest down, I lay in the hospital and realized my life had changed forever. I had traveled all night from Tegucigalpa, Honduras to the University of California at Davis, during which time I felt the paralysis slowly work its way up from my feet towards my lungs. My dream of being a Peace Corps volunteer had dissolved before me, and all my aspirations became focused on the pinpoint hope that I would survive. Just 1 month after graduating from the University of California at Berkeley, I joined the Peace Corps, hoping to serve for 2 years, promoting the health and well-being of a small community in Honduras, where I was to be stationed. Unfortunately, my stay as a volunteer came to an abrupt end as I was stricken with Guillain-Barré syndrome. I was evacuated to UC Davis Medical Center, where I was treated for my ascending paralysis and respiratory distress. It was the incredible diligence, knowledge, and care of my team of physicians at UC Davis that inspired me to pursue my lifelong dream of serving those in need as a physician. I owe a debt of gratitude to the physicians, nurses, and rehabilitation therapists who gave me that opportunity. I believe that going through such an experience changed me in a profound way, opening my mind and emotion to the experiences that patients go through when they encounter the healthcare system. Upon beginning medical school, I found myself excited about having the chance to integrate my personal story, experience, and insight into the practice of medicine. Seeing illness through the patient's eyes is a strength that allows me to care for the sick with both compassion and empathy. Fast forward 5 years later, I was an intern resident in my first year of residency. I was called to the ER for an admission of a patient whose story was all too familiar to me. I knew right away this patient has GBS. Sure enough, after the same multitude of tests that I too underwent, the diagnosis was confirmed. The patient was shocked that I was her doctor who really understood what they were going through and was right there with them. To this day, every time I have a patient with similar symptoms or a history of Guillain-Barré syndrome, I am able to connect with them and provide insight and hope. The research must continue as this debilitating disease process continues to grip patients across the world. I am honored to participate in this effort. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bob Whiteside, and I'm a GBS patient. And I love to cut my grass. It's something that I love to do, but I can't do it anymore, at least not the way I used to. I lost feeling in my hands and my feet and my legs within 24 hours of getting my second COVID shot. I had GBS and I had no idea what that meant. I called my boss from the hospital and I told him I wouldn't be in the next day or the day after that or possibly ever. I couldn't walk, I couldn't drive, I couldn't hold on to anything. By the end of the call, my voice was gone and my speech was gone as well. I was lucky to get diagnosed within a week of being in the hospital. Most do not get diagnosed that quickly. I was lucky, even though I didn't feel very lucky. I received an IVIG treatment within 2 weeks of being in the hospital, and I was sent off to acute rehab to relearn to walk again. I made progressive improvement. I started in a wheelchair. I moved quickly to a walker and through a series of canes, only to be able to walk again in 6 months. It took an entire year, but I am now able to drive again as well. I quickly found out what my wife and I now call my new normal. I can do many of the things that I used to be able to do, just not as well or not as fast. I get fatigued very quickly, and I don't have great balance, especially on uneven surfaces. My new normal is not normal enough. I have pain and numbness most of the time. I have good days and I have bad days. On a good day, I can do pretty much everything, including cutting my grass. On bad days, everything hurts. I know my nerve damage may be permanent now, and I try not to dwell on what I don't have, but rather what I have. I've gained valuable perspective and empathy through this journey, and for that, I'm very thankful. This disease is hard enough to go through without having to do it by yourself. And again, I'm lucky. I have someone that's with me every step of the way, and she's still guiding me and mostly protecting me from myself. Loss of hope can be the biggest killer of any kind of treatment, and if there's anything I can do to help someone from losing hope, well, that's my new goal. 80% of GBS patients recover fully, but I am not one of those 80%. And we need to develop better treatments to deal with the residual damage that comes with this disease so that we can make my new normal closer to my old normal.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for sharing their stories, and they're all with us live in the conversation today. We're so grateful for them. So we're going to transition into our live conversation. Bart, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, I would like to thank everybody for sharing these very impressive stories of their lives regarding GBS. And I would like to ask two questions. So how quickly were you diagnosed after your first symptoms of GBS? And do you still experience any symptoms of GBS that have a significant impact on your life? And I would like to start with Laurie. So Laurie, can you answer these questions?
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs, or Bart, as we affectionately know you. I wasn't diagnosed quick enough. Misdiagnosed treatment, diagnose, eventually staying in the hospital longer. I asked myself, had I been diagnosed quicker, could I have received treatment quicker, resulting in staying in the hospital less, resulting in not occurring a large hospital bill?
Yeah, very understandable. Michael, would you also like to say something about these 2 points?
Sure. I was diagnosed as soon as I walked into my doctor's office. I would have been diagnosed quicker if I would have walked in sooner. But you asked about symptoms. It's been 10 years for me, and I don't consider them symptoms. I consider them, things that didn't heal. Like walking with a cane isn't a symptom of being hit by a bus. It's an effect, So I still wear ankle foot orthotics. I've had surgery in my right hand, so it works a little better. This hand doesn't really work, but these are, it's 10 years, so this is my life now.
Okay, thank you.
And do we have anyone in the audience that would like to talk about their path to diagnosis and symptoms? Let's see. Jeffrey, hello. There you
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jeff Beringer. I live on the west shore of the Susquehanna River in central Pennsylvania. I was fortunate on the one hand in 1999 to walk into the emergency room and be diagnosed right there the first day. I had bent down from the refrigerator to look for some fruit, and I said to my wife, I can't get up. So she shouldered me up, got me into the emergency room, and fortunately the doctor said I'd seen this before and said, I think you've got GBS. They confirmed it with a spinal tap, and I was in the hospital for 3 weeks, in rehab for 3 weeks, and then back to work. Fully regained everything. In 2010, however, I had a real severe bout of GBS. I lost everything. The only things that would move would be my jaw, up and down for yes and sideways for no. I was put on a trach. I had a feeding tube in my belly. I couldn't move anything, but they kept me alive. And I had a series of about 8.5 months of hospitalization, nursing homes, rehab facilities. My wife constantly fighting the insurance company for coverage. But she was right there with me all the time. She would visit me every day, and I would plead with her not to leave, but she had to get some sleep because this was affecting her pretty dramatically, and it always has. So I became wheelchair bound in 2010, and I've been in a wheelchair ever since. I've had all kinds of therapy. I've had IVIG, plasmapheresis, OT and PT, boots that they put on me to try to deal with the lymphedema. My legs are huge. My feet are huge. I had to get special shoes to even get in them. But having said all of that, I also, like others have said, feel pretty lucky. I try to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't do. The Office of Vocational Rehabilitation here in Pennsylvania put $30,000 into a van that's adapted for my use. I push a button and the door opens, the ramp comes out, and the chair swivels so that I can sit in it and drive, which gave me like all kinds of freedom. And my wife didn't have to drive me to doctor's appointments or do anything else. My motorized wheelchair takes me almost everywhere I want to go in this little town that I live in, New Cumberland. I go to the library a lot. I go to do a little grocery shopping where unfortunately I broke some bones when I fell out of my wheelchair. I know better now to buckle my seatbelt. I was afraid that if I was buckled in and I hit an obstruction, the chair would fall on me. But I didn't find any case law to support any liability, although we did sue the grocery store and made a little bit of a recovery from them because of this pothole that I hit. I have an aide that comes in twice a week, gives me showers, makes my bed, does the clothes if necessary, because in schlepping me around, my wife hurt both of her shoulders. She does yard work that I used to do. She cleans out the gutter, fell off the ladder, separated her shoulder. So although she still is my primary caregiver, she can't do the things she used to do, and we have to call for help when necessary.
Thank you,
But
Jeffrey.
yeah, all in all, I've made peace with my situation.
Thank you for sharing that, certainly highlighting the effect on the family that this experience can have. So I want to talk about activities that are important to you all and that you might not be able to do anymore or as fully able to do that you were able to do previously. Bob, can I start with you? Oh, Bob, we can't hear you. Nope. No. You know what? I'm going to ask our team to help you and maybe move to Michael while we work out Bob's tech issues.
Well, I can't drive anymore, but I live in Brooklyn, so that's okay. But my old job was very physical. I used to drive a truck and load the truck, and I would use my bicycle to be the lead bike in a foot race. I can't squeeze the brakes on a bike, but I can run, and I was a big marathon runner. And Saturday I'll be running the Brooklyn Half Marathon. Tomorrow I'll be on the Today Show. Apparently they think I'm inspirational that I'm back and doing it. It takes me twice as long to run the same distance. I need someone to run with me because at a water station, I can't reach out and grab the water. And I could fall. I have fallen. I got up, but there's things I can't do, and there's things I do differently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michael. And we'll all be sure to watch the Today Show tomorrow morning at 7.
Well, it won't be live.
Okay. Okay. Bob, are you with us? Okay. Hopefully our tech team can help you on the side. I'm going to ask if our audience has anything to add to this. Hi, Jackie.
Hello. One of the things I can't do anymore is play softball. I know that's kind of silly, but I've been playing since I was 9, played through college. I have balance issues. I have neuropathy, but that isn't so much of a problem when I'm playing, but also I don't have any reflexes. So I used to play third base. You really can't do that without reflexes. So, and then the other thing that's a real problem is I can't work anymore. I can't work full time. So I'm on disability, and it is just so disheartening. I had a bunch of years left in my career that I can't do now. So, and then the money is a problem as well.
Yeah, very specific challenges. Thank you for sharing that. So we've talked a little bit, some of you have mentioned the effect on your family. Brian, you talked about how hard it was for you not being able to see your family, but I imagine it was hard for them as well. Do you want to talk about that?
Absolutely. I think for my family, it was a really confusing time. I think for especially my parents to have a 23-year-old that they both couldn't see at the same time going into the ICU, where GBS inherently is confusing both to the patient and should try to communicate that to the family when the doctor can't be there to communicate with family face to face. I think it's a really emotionally taxing and an overall confusing experience, and especially getting it again in June of 2022. That was also really confusing for them, just because a lot of the course on the first time we thought that we were it was behind us. So I think it's been quite traumatic for them, and it's definitely, given its pace, its rapid onset, and its lasting effects, has been a bit difficult as well.
Yeah, I bet. Thank you for sharing that. And Liz, you've had, I mean, Bart, I think we would say this is not a genetic condition, but Liz, your experience with your family might challenge that.
Yeah, so I'm actually the third person in my family to have GBS. I was technically the second, and there's been one more since. And when I called my parents from Honduras, they were all too familiar with these symptoms and felt the urgency and need to get me home, because just 10 years or I think 5 or 7 years actually earlier, my older sister had been diagnosed with the exact same thing. She was a Peace Corps volunteer in Ecuador. But her diagnosis was delayed because they did not have any idea what was going on. And so her return to the US was also delayed, and hence her treatment was delayed, and she had a much longer recovery process than me. So I think for my family, it was almost a little bit of a PTSD kind of situation, where they were like, oh my gosh, we've been here before. We need to get her home, and we need to get her on treatment right away.
Yeah, it's scary for your family, for sure. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to talk to us about the effects of family? Kelly, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, certainly the effects on family is significant. I have my children and I have 5 grandchildren. I was diagnosed in 2020. I resonate with Brian's story so much. I got COVID, and when I got COVID in 2020, it was really bad. Several weeks, after getting diagnosed with COVID, the tingling, the nerve tingling, the numbness, loss of the ability to move. It took a while to get diagnosed. It was a kind of a battle and a fight to really get the doctors to sort of want to move the neurologist. They wanted to do all these other things, thinking it was, A, B, or C, which was a little frustrating. But I finally was diagnosed right before Thanksgiving of 2020. So it's been a long road, and having your children trying to understand what's happening to you when you don't understand, your spouse not being able to interact with my grandchildren as I had before. I'm a very active grandmother and really involved in all their activities, and just not being able to do that has been a real challenge on top of everything else that's been going on. And so it's a disease that obviously impacts the person who's affected, but by extension, their spouse, significant other, their children, grandchildren, all their extended family that's there, because it just changes everything. And several years out now I'm rolling into 2024 now. It changes who you are and how they see you as well. And so it's difficult on all fronts, I think.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Kelly. It is difficult. Bob, I think that maybe if you can unmute your mic, I hear you might be back.
I'm back.
There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. So as far as the activities go, I love to work outside. I love to do yard work, mowing the grass, pulling the weeds. I even built a pond in the backyard before I had GBS. Prior to GBS, I could spend all weekend out there and never slow down. And now with GBS, I'm lucky if I can last 30 minutes before the fatigue just takes over and the foot and leg pain just make me stop. And if I don't stop, then, and I push it, then I'm done for the day. My balance isn't very good on uneven surfaces especially, so I have to be very careful when I'm walking around the yard to not turn an ankle, because my ankles are very stiff and brittle. And sort of as a mockery, we have a walking track behind our house, a half-mile track, and before GBS, my wife and I would walk 2 or 3 miles, and now if I can make it twice around for a mile, we celebrate. And so it's affected that part of my life and that activity that I love to do significantly.
I'm sure. Thanks, Bob. Bart, I'm going to go back to you for the next question.
Yeah, sure. So I would like to ask, how have your condition, your residuals and its symptoms changed over time? And would you define your condition today as being well managed? Bob, do you mind if you start again with answering that question?
Yes. I mean, as far as my symptoms that have changed over time, I mean, I lost my hands and arms. I couldn't feel them when GBS first sat. But at this point, I've got most of my arm strength back. Now, my hands are still numb, but I can do pretty much all of the fine motor skills that I couldn't do even a little bit when GBS onset. And it still doesn't feel right, but I can do those things with my hands that I couldn't do before.
Oops, Bart, you're on mute.
Thank you, Bob. Lori, can you also answer that question?
Sure, thank you. One of the milestones that I've come across is I don't have hesitancy of going down escalators. For a very long time, my brain wasn't speaking to my feet. So whenever I would have, or be in a mall or anything, airport, I would have anxiety of going down an escalator, but I have now conquered that. So it's a big goal for me.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And how about from the audience about symptoms changing over time? Anita, hello.
Hi, it said unmute. I did it, right?
You did it. We hear you.
I just wanted, as far as the residual pain that pain has worsened for me, continues to worsen. It's 11 years out, and it's just, it really is. Luckily, I think that maybe GBS causes optimism, or maybe only positive thinkers get GBS from this crew here and myself. You know, I just have to live one day at a time, and every day I think I'm going to have a good day. I have to say, I was going ditto, ditto, ditto to Bob. I have a lot of the same residuals he does, except that I just have hypersensitivity. I have no numbness. The gabapentin helps me keep the contractions under control, because I wouldn't, without the gabapentin, 3,600 milligrams a day, would not be able to drive, or I wouldn't even feel safe really walking, because my legs just get these contractions that feel like labor in my legs. So, and it's continued to worsen. I actually I hate doctors, no offense, but I was a nurse practitioner, and I just like hate to go, and I'm still always in there one day at a time. And I got COVID the day after the elections. I got to tell you, you should wear a mask if you're going to be a poll worker. Not my shining brilliance there to be taking, for a whole 15 hours, taking people's names and everything with them hanging over your head. And so I got COVID, fully vaccinated, and I thought I really had beat that, but I got really, really bad. If I didn't know what was going on, I would have been in the ER. I mean, pain was unbelievable. It just hit me neurologically. It started with a headache, and then I was just loaded with pain for 14 days. And so, I mean, pain is the thing. And I started to say I actually made an appointment with a pain clinic. I don't think, I mean, I've been through every single drug and every alternative, the medical marijuana, acupuncture, gluten-free diet. I've tried everything over the last 11 years, and I'm always really hopeful that that's going to be the thing. I'm like Bob with the new norm. My whole life changed completely. I mean, I was an athlete, and now I walk 2 miles a day. My dog helps me with balance because I still have balance issues. But I'm very well aware of it. I was a figure skater and I did teach dance. So I'm really pay attention to my proprioception and worked really, really hard on getting that back. So I think that's the other thing is, I know this sounds absolutely insane, but I know other people have this. It seems that the weather and stress makes the pain so much worse, which I think that sounds crazy, but I live here in Pittsburgh. We have a lot of really damp, wet days, and it seems like those days are worse. And then one thing I'm just going to throw out there, because this also sounds crazy, but I said I walk 2 miles a day. If I don't, it feels like the pain is equally as bad, if not worse. I mean, I can't like sit around. I still have pain. And then out of randomly nowhere, my feet and ankles will just turn into ice. And I have no vascular problem at all. So that's all. But thank you,
Anita.
thank you. This is great. I learned a lot about MMM and anti-mag this morning. It was great.
I'm so glad. Thanks for joining us and thanks for sharing. I think we have time for one more audience. Cynthia, hello.
Hello, how can I be of service with my long story, short story, or any other question you'd like to pose?
Well, right now we're talking about your current condition and how your symptoms are and how they've changed.
Yes, so I'm now 3 years post AIDP, and it was significant enough that I was, the numbness, tingling, and pain was advancing up to the abdominal level. So I required 3 consecutive days of IVIG, but I didn't get it until week 4. With that said, I thought I had it week 1, but nevertheless. So currently, we hear people talking about the peripheral neuropathy pain. I have what I consider 24/7 sandpaper on the bottom of my feet and toes. I've tried the various medications, but the side effects were just too much for the benefit. So I would say that my pain perception is more of a distraction and an annoyance, as if white noise is always in the background and you have to ignore it. So my neurologist has coached me mind over matter. And so that is really what I have to contend with. Even with a left total hip replacement, you just have to ignore things. I think an odd thing for me, I don't hear people talk about this, is that I don't have a sense of hunger or satiation. And the whole gastrointestinal area has been different and very altered signals, including the bowel bladder. And so with the urology consult that I had, I'm now on a medication to control the neurogenic bladder. So that's very different. So in the big picture, I'm ambulating, I'm walking. Obviously, I'm not running because I have a total hip replacement. And I just had a recent appendectomy for a perforated appendix. So there's a lot of altered signals in that gut for the peripheral. But overall, I'm doing well. Mine was a mild case of AIDP.
Thank you for sharing that, Cynthia. Good to hear from you. Let's change our conversation a little bit and talk about treatment. What are you doing currently to help treat your condition or its symptoms? And are there any health-related behaviors that are affected by your GBS? Do you do things to try and avoid GBS? Michael, why don't I start with you?
Well, first, I definitely avoid raw chicken, as I think everyone should. But I always make sure I'm not afraid of chicken, but I make sure it's cooked. I don't go to gas station kind of food places anymore. But it's been 10 years and there's no more medications for me. But I go to physical therapy every few months, every year. And it's the same people who taught me how to get out of bed are now teaching me how to run faster. I mean, it's not the same exact physical therapists, but it's the same, NYU, Langone, Rusk, they taught me how to do sit to stand, and now I'm in the sports performance lab. And I keep moving, keep the parts that work. I want to get stronger. The upper legs and the upper arms and the chest, is below the ankles and the wrists don't work. So I need strong forearms and quads and glutes.
Well, you're actively addressing it. So
Yeah.
yeah. Bob, do you want to comment?
Yes, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have an official treatment plan. I still go to physical therapy once a week to work on my balance. But what I've found is that water just seems to have an effect on specifically my pain and to a lesser extent my numbness, to the point that water aerobics, just being in any kind of a pool or even a shower, helps to manage some of the residuals I have, sometimes for a short period of time, sometimes for a longer period of time. And because my onset came so quickly after my second COVID shot, I'm avoiding all vaccines at this point, and most likely all the COVID vaccines going forward.
Thank you. That takes me to Brian. I think you had some opinions about vaccines as well.
Yeah, so I'm really grateful for the mRNA vaccine. So for me, since the second time, that I got GBS was related to COVID, I'm really grateful that I was able to get the mRNA vaccines for COVID prior to that, just because of the immune response with having GBS, the onset of GBS and COVID at the same time. It was quite confusing for my doctors to try to figure out what to do. So I was really grateful that I was able to get that mRNA vaccine. And I think GBS has really led to me doing a lot of research around vaccines, particularly around viral vector vaccines, things like the flu shot, just being really smart on things like that. I think it's quite common in the GBS community to do a lot of research, figure out the cost benefit of what that looks like. Just because something like, for me personally, that mRNA vaccine I'm so grateful for, but something like the flu shot with viral vector can be, depending on the person, something that causes a little bit more caution on the cost and benefit.
Lori, would you agree with that?
I so agree with it. Every time I'm in like CVS and they ask me, do you want the flu shot? And I'll tell them I had GBS. And I ask them, do you know what GBS is? And they said yes. And then they ask me, well, how did you get it? And I'm like, I don't know what triggered it, but I personally refrained from the flu vaccine, but I did take the COVID vaccine.
Liz, how about you?
Yeah, same. So working in the healthcare field, obviously I'm exposed to all sorts of fun things. And so not feeling super comfortable with the flu vaccine has actually been a bummer in the sense that I don't feel comfortable taking the flu vaccine. And even I was one of the first round of people to get the COVID vaccine, and that even caused me pause, just because I was just concerned. But I ended up getting all my vaccines and I had no problems. And I'm grateful also, as Brian was saying, for the mRNA vaccine. So, I think it's definitely affected how I
proceed with my personal vaccines, especially the flu vaccine.
And has your concerns, this is to all of you, have your concerns sort of spread to your family members as well?
So I'm actually going to chime in real quick about that. So as I mentioned in my video, I have 3 daughters, and I will be honest, when it was time for them to get their flu shots, I was nervous, but I did eventually say, my husband kind of helped me through that too. And we did get the flu shots for them, but absolutely, especially with my family history and all of our symptoms, all of our onsets of GBS starting after we had undergone a bunch of vaccines in the Peace Corps, it definitely gave me pause.
Rightly so. Anyone else? Does this reverberate into your family conversations? Okay. How about from the audience? Anybody want to share what they're doing to help their current condition, and if there are things that they avoid? Hi, Jeremy.
Hey there, guys. How is everyone today? Nice to see you. Appreciate you all sharing your stories. Very powerful stuff, inspiring as always. So very grateful to all of you. So I'm an 11-year survivor, almost 12 years maybe now, and I'm very grateful for that, as I'm sure all of you are as well. Just to touch on your question real quickly about has it reverberated into the family. I have a 13-year-old son. He's never had a flu shot, and he certainly won't have a flu shot before the age of 18 if he's making the choice for him under those regards. I had a lot of vaccine hesitancy for sure when it came to the COVID pandemic. You know, I'm very grateful that I've gotten a very good physical recovery. I can do most everything I need to do from a physical standpoint. But one of the lingering symptoms or residuals that I have is definitely the kind of PTSD symptoms. And as a result, that definitely influences kind of not every second of my life, but it impacts me every single day. And I'm a healthcare provider as well as I'm a physical therapist. So I'm around a lot of people. I give a lot of, I try to give, when I'm giving advice medically, I try and stay within the realm of, you know, science and not my own personal opinion. However, I'm also around people that are, you know, ill from time to time. And it's kind of a shame that you have to feel a little bit anxious, you know, whenever you're around others that aren't doing well, because I got sick from just a common cold, you know, and those are kind of tough to avoid. You can avoid chicken, you can avoid things of that sort, you can avoid vaccines, you know, and you can avoid people with a cold as well, I guess. But I'd say that that right now during this part of the conversation, that would be my perspective to add, and I'm hopeful that we can kind of sort through if there is an underlying something within us all. Maybe it's the positive thinking people. If we can kind of outline and figure out who is most susceptible to get Guillain-Barré, if there's a way we can kind of sift through that so that we all don't have to worry quite as much about even potential for relapse. And all of you out there that have had a second course or encounter with Guillain-Barré, my heart goes out to you, because that truthfully is one of the biggest fears that I face every day. So God bless all of you, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. Anybody else from the audience? We have Rick and Steph.
It's actually just Steph, but of that part. Oh, it's interesting that it's showing. So for me, I am just quick is bariatric surgery, followed by second COVID vaccine, followed by Guillain-Barré syndrome. So current, and this was back in 2021. So what I'm now doing at this far out is I go to acupuncture every week, which has been the only thing in the last year and a few months that has done anything for me at this point in my recovery. All the traditional physical therapy, occupational therapies got me to a certain point. So I've gone the untraditional way. I'm also using medical marijuana. It is the one thing that helps my 24/7 pain, but it affects me in a way that then I can't function. So I have to pick and choose when I treat myself so I can work for a living, because I still do that and I'm still able to do that. And so some of the health related behaviors that have been affected by it for me are, I was not, when I got my bariatric surgery, it was because I was incredibly overweight and I wanted to have a complete life change. Well, I didn't realize that my complete life change was going to go in a whole different direction. So for me, I'm so like, I love listening to everybody who's talking about all how they can do physical stuff, because that is really difficult because of the feet hurting all the time. We had to move. We used to live in a tri-level condominium, and because I can't do stairs anymore, we literally had to relocate it. So like that whole thing has been affected by that. And just, you know, for me, a combination because I had bariatric surgery too. So it's a whole thing. So sometimes I wonder what's the bariatric surgery versus what's the GBS. But I think that I tried traditional medications throughout this process. I was on so many, and unfortunately none of them worked. So I had to go in a different direction.
Thanks for sharing, Steph. Bart, I'm going to go back to you to talk about the diagnosis path.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. So from some of your stories, you told me that the diagnosis was sometimes delayed. So I was wondering, how long after diagnosis were you treated, and how many days until you started to see improvement? So maybe Michael, can you share that with us?
Sure. I think I said this in the video. My diagnosis it happened within minutes of me walking into my doctor's office, but I could have walked in a few days earlier. But my treatments, for me, they didn't work. You know, I got into the hospital and they admitted me and they gave me IVIG. They gave me 5 or 6 days of that, and they said that should keep you from getting worse. Now go to rehab. And I got worse in rehab, so they sent me back to the hospital where I had the plasmapheresis and then more IVIG. And then they were real confident they'd never see me again. I went back to rehab, and they did off-label chemotherapy. It probably worked, or maybe the disease ran its course. We'll never know. And my official diagnosis, I know we're here talking about, you know, GBS, is actually acute motor axonal neuropathy. But it was a journey to diagnosis and to treatment. Eventually I got there, but it was a lot of trial and error. They tried stuff that they thought would work and that worked on most people, and they go, oh, that didn't work. Let's try the stuff that works on the rest of the people. And that didn't work. And then I was patient 14 on this new thing, and it probably worked.
Okay, thank you. Liz, can you also answer that question?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I was the second person in my family to have this. And so having my sister already gone through it, the thing that worked for her, ultimately, they started with IVIG and then they went to plasmapheresis. Plasmapheresis was actually the thing that helped her. And so instead of starting with IVIG for me, they went straight to plasmapheresis, and it didn't work. So my paralysis continued to ascend, and I got down to lung compromise. And so then they started the IVIG, and then it was about 3 weeks of hospitalization before I really started to notice some improvement. But it was a pretty immediate treatment process once the diagnosis was confirmed, just based on my family history.
Thanks, Liz. Do we have anybody from the audience that would like to talk about their path? Sure, Anna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. This has been immensely helpful. My story might sound a little bit familiar. I was diagnosed at the age of 23, and I was studying abroad at the time. It was the first week of a year I was going to spend in France. So being a non-native French speaker and having all these weird, confusing symptoms, you know, not being able to walk and dropping things and just a near constant headache and all sorts of pain, Yeah, no one really listened to me. I had several doctors tell me that I was nervous, or I don't know what they were trying to really tell me, but I've never been nervous enough to not walk. So that was a new one. So I was sent away. I first started feeling sick on September 3rd. I was not admitted to the hospital until September 16th because I got facial paralysis. I haven't heard anyone really talk about the facial paralysis, but that has been the lingering thing for me that still affects me to this day. And I just turned 25, so Brian's story really touched me. I'm really hoping that I do not go through what you went through, Brian. That's must be really strong to have gone through that. Yes, so the diagnosis part was that was pretty difficult, and I'm not sure what really played into it. I'm grateful for the French healthcare that I received, but yeah, no one really took me seriously for a good 2 weeks before I was hospitalized, and it was that spinal tap that finally sealed the deal for me. So, yeah, that was my story. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. I think there's a lot we can all learn from the sort of delay in diagnosis here, but others that want to chime in about how soon after you were diagnosed that you were treated? Hi, Elizabeth. I think you're off mute. We cannot hear you. Okay, can we go to somebody else? Kelly, would you like to comment on this?
Sure, yes. So it was about 4 or 5 weeks before they really moved forward with any treatment in it and got the diagnosis. I did 5 rounds of the IVIG, and then they put me into a rehabilitation hospital where I was there for several weeks. And so it was interesting because I started to see the, some improvement from the course of treatment with my arms and my hands. They're still not, I don't have a lot of fine motor skills with my hands and things like that. I mean, I can use my hands, but the fine motor skills aren't there. But when I was in the rehabilitation center, that was, starting to get a little bit better. But from the waist down with my legs, that didn't really change any. I was still in the wheelchair. I left there in a wheelchair. I stayed in a wheelchair for probably another, I don't know, let's see, that was December. It was probably another 6 or 7 months in a wheelchair. Finally starting to get some through physical therapy and hard work, as everybody's mentioned already, really hard work through that. And some of the other medications they had me on, I was finally able to walk using KFOs, and now I just wear the AFOs, but still not full functionality from the knees down. I have a really hard time with stability and things like that. So it didn't, I was more optimistic. I think Dr. Jacob had mentioned that, a lot of times the diagnosis is that most people get, after treatment and things like that, that they get back to essentially where they were before. And, he mentioned that that's not really truly the case, even if it's not fully extended to the disability for the legs, the arms, and things like that. Nobody ever really goes back to exactly the way they were before. And so that's been my case in my experience, is that, certainly with all the other things, the physical parts of it, I'm certainly not the Kelly that I was before all this happened.
Thank you. Bart, can I come back to you and just ask your opinion on if in a more perfect world, if patients were treated quicker after they were diagnosed, do you think that some of this recovery would have been faster and more complete?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. And I think if you see the recent results in research, there's more and more evidence that early treatment is better. And I think it also makes sense if you stop the process of inflammation and the further nerve damaging. Of course, that will help in further improvements. And that's why we now say time is nerve. So the sooner you can start, that will save you nerves. But then, of course, an early diagnosis is very important. And then you have the issue of educating doctors that they know what GBS is about, how to diagnose that as soon as possible. Maybe I can add one other thing about the treatment. I can copy that it is a more trial and error principle for doctors as well. What is the best treatment for patients? We do not know beforehand if someone will respond better to IVIG or plasma exchange. So we are just trying this. And of course, further research needs to define some biomarkers or clinical characteristics where you know, well, this is a patient you can better treat with IVIG than plasma exchange or vice versa.
Thank you. Very, very helpful. I'm sure that many of us wish we could go back and change the time of all of this. But so leaning to sort of the downsides of how you were treated, Michael, you had a complicated treatment path.
Yeah, I mean, after I received the chemotherapy and was diagnosed with acute motor axonal neuropathy, they didn't want to send me back to acute acute physical therapy care. I went to subacute care, which is another word for nursing home. So it was 2 months being mixed up with people who were never going to go home, and it was very depressing. You know, they had good physical therapy, but the food was comically terrible. And then you know, there was a day room full of people who had, you know, they had dementia. They weren't going home, and it was very upsetting to be in the same floor with people who had a different diagnosis. My social work background kicked in a little, and my self-advocacy. I almost kind of started a patient union in there until they let me go home, and I was happy when it ended.
So that was a tough sort of after treatment journey too,
Yeah.
right? It wasn't just
I mean, my
treatment, right?
I didn't need to be in a hospital setting, but I couldn't. It took 2 or 3 people to move me between a bed and a wheelchair, so I couldn't be home. My kids were small, you know, and it would take more than just my wife to get me out of bed. So I had to heal under kind of supervision, and someone had to feed me, and you know, all the bathrooming activities. I wouldn't recommend it. 0 stars.
0 stars. Liz, how about you in terms of the downsides of how your GBS was treated?
I think the biggest thing for me was just the fear of the unknown and not knowing what is going to work, and the fear of the anticipation of the long recovery, because I had seen my sister go through a long recovery. And so, you know, just kind of navigating that as like, well, maybe this will work, and not having like a clear cut, no, this will work. Like, we know what's gonna work. And I think that especially because I had seen my sister, it was scary, and it was just worrisome, anticipating what was to come, and if what they were going to try was going to work.
And interesting that here you have 2 cases in the same family, and one sibling responded to one treatment and the other to another, with presumably the same triggers. Okay, so let's keep talking about treatments. I'm curious if any of you, what you're doing now to treat your GBS experience, including, you know, mental health, and are there any downsides to how you're treating your condition today? Lori, can I start that conversation with you?
Sure. Working here, speaking with patients every day.
Can you tell what you do, Lori? Not everybody knows.
Sure. So I am the patient services manager, and I actually support the Global Medical Advisory Board and our board of directors. And I also interact with patients every day, every phone call, every computer or inquiry that comes in through the computer. I seem to touch it, and I enjoy it, and it's therapeutic for me. I just hope that I am therapeutic for the patients that call. I can give them my experience, and I can try and give them hope and tell them, you know, like I said in my video, try and keep positive. But that is my therapy, speaking to other patients. And I love gardening as well. I love flowers and digging my hands in the dirt like Bob. So that's me.
And haven't you talked before, Lori, about just the sort of underlying sense of fear that you live with day to day?
I mean, sure. Every day, every time I'm sick, I'm wondering, God, is this GBS coming back? Or especially during COVID, it was just a little, I'm sure everyone can agree, was anxiety of taking the COVID vaccine. But I listened to the medical advisory board, and I had no residuals or anything from the vaccine.
Great. Michael, how about you? I think you're doing a lot to actively manage your situation.
Well, I can also like share that I'm the GBS chapter leader for Brooklyn, and meet a lot of people with GBS, but kind of one at a time. Someone's newly diagnosed in New York City. I give them a call and we meet, and I organize meetings. But I can also say that, you know, I've been on this phone call, this Zoom thing, for a few hours now, and my anxiety level is pretty tight. Just talking about GBS so much. I mean, hearing the stories of people who had relapses, and Lori, Liz, your parents must have gone through a kind of hell with having two children get the same thing. So I'm just like pulling my hair out just hearing this.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to that, 20 years later, they had a granddaughter that went through the same thing. So absolutely, it's just a huge mental stress.
Right. And I probably have undiagnosed, you know, PTSD, you know, having spent a week in the intensive care unit, you know, in this suite of people who were dying around me, you know, coming out of that doesn't leave you normal. So it's hard. It's a balance between wanting to help people and feeling good about helping people. But like my first patient with GBS, who I had to meet through the foundation, was in the same hospital I was in. I mean, I had to take a big breath to walk into that building again. And it was hard. And it was a challenge. I like challenges. So, you know, I got to do that. But it's stressful, and then the stress ends. It's kind of like running a race. It's hard, it gets harder, and then you get to sit down.
And then sometimes it's hard to get back up, but right.
Right.
Brian, your thoughts on this topic?
Absolutely. To echo what's been said by Liz and what's been said by Michael, and I think Jeremy as well, I think the best way I can describe it is just a roller coaster of emotions, and that's on the scale of day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year. I think when I originally got sick, I was really grateful to be going to the rehabilitation hospital, to be moving in the right direction. But I also feel very grateful that while I was there, a medical professional came in and very much said that once I left there, especially being 23, the mental recovery was going to be really challenging. The mental aspects of going home, using a walker, going back to your normal, what used to be the setting you were living a normal life in, is going to be tough. And I think that that's something that I had to deal with every week, every month, and still deal with to this day. And I think that the mental reverberations of not only dealing with the recovery of GBS, but also getting it 2 times and having sort of your worst fears become a reality, lead to every day not feeling normal. You get, as Jeremy was saying, you're afraid of becoming sick. You have to think about everything. And it's just, as Michael was saying, I also love to run. It feels like a race, right? It's just, it is something that can be mentally taxing. And going back to my family, I'm so incredibly grateful for my family, to my fiance, to all those people who remind me to come back down, to calm down. Not that it makes it any easier day to day, but that there are people there to help through that process. But I think the mental aspect of GBS is something that will never leave, and is something that I try to talk about a lot, because I think it's something that, especially for people with GBS, is something that isn't talked a ton about with doctors, and is something that I think really, really sticks around. So it's so important to address.
Thank you for bringing that up, Brian. Doctors like Bart and others on our medical advisory board actually talked to us at the foundation about PTSD and noticing this in patients and wanting us to help offer resources. So what you're talking about very much exists, and at least the doctors we're talking to validate that. And I think there's a lot of fear that stress can cause symptoms to return, but that doesn't mean it's active disease. And how do you sort that out? Right. And I think that can be very, very scary. I'd love to hear more from the audience on this. Anything you're doing to currently treat your current status with GBS and or mental health? Jackie?
I take a lot of meds. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I take a handful in the morning and a handful at night, and some of it is directly treating my GBS, like gabapentin. But then I'm on a lot of other stuff, like, duloxetine, it's Cymbalta. That's one of the, it helps my mental health, but it also helps GBS a little bit. But yeah, then PTSD is real. When I have flashbacks, it's really scary. It's nothing I would wish for anybody. Even my mom has some PTSD. My aunt had to have her appendix burst, and my mom, every time she went to the hospital, was basically freaking out. She ended up with some Xanax, but it's unfortunate that we have to go through these kinds of things. I'm telling you, the anxiety too, that's another thing. Every time I get a cold, like we've been talking about, it freaks me out. You just never know if something's going to happen, because mine was, we don't have a reason why. It's unknown as to why I got it. So that scares me no matter what.
Yeah, clearly, Jackie, we need to know more about the triggers, right? I'm sure Dr. Jacobs would love to know that too. A couple other audience members would like to share. CB, hello.
Hi there. I just wanted to highlight, I'm currently in PT twice a week, mainly working on, I get around pretty well, but my feet and ankles, I still have a lot of pain in my feet. My ankles are still very, very stiff. So trying to work on that to get some more dynamic movement back, I guess. But I wanted to highlight, when I first got home, I was diagnosed in late 2022. I spent a few months in the various hospitals in the ICU, and then 6 weeks in inpatient rehab. When I got home, I just wanted to highlight, I started aquatic therapy, and it was really, really a fantastic thing. I'm being a liaison now. I know I will preach the benefits of the aquatic therapy to everyone who would benefit from it, because it really was a game changer for me.
Thank you for sharing that. Others from our audience? Lily.
Hi.
Hi, Lily, we can hear you.
Yes. You will have to, well, I'm from Mexico. My English is not really, really good. But I would like to share with you, I had GBS for 3 times in different occasions. Last one, almost 20 years ago. Now I'm 46. And since that second time, I've been with PTS, and not that I am always afraid of get again the GBS, but there is always something that remembers me that I had it. For example, my metabolism never was good enough again. And I'm in depression all the time. And I'm medicated with since, I don't know, 10 years ago. And well, here in Mexico, there is no rehab clinics, right? We go from the hospital to our home, and all the family gets a PDS also too, because everybody is afraid of you getting it again in any time, because there was no reason for me to have the GBS the first, the second, or the third time. So everybody, if I get cold, well, everybody's shaken, no? So it's difficult for everybody in my family knowing that I'm feeling bad, and for me also. So I get transfer factor capsules and a lot of vitamins and supplements and everything in all my life, because I don't want to get again another episode of GBS. That's my experience right now after 20 years.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Lily. Dr. Jacobs, with the study in IGOS, the path to diagnosis and treatment, I mean, no matter where you are, we heard from someone from Mexico, so someone I think was treated in France. It's very similar, right?
No, absolutely. I think you hear very similar stories from patients from all over the world. It doesn't matter. They have the same fear that they will have a GBS again. They are struggling with that very difficult period in their life where they were on the ICU or fully dependent from others, had a lot of pain. So many people are struggling that even years after diagnosis. So I think that's a very important aspect also for further research, because there has been a lot of developments for treating post-traumatic stress disorders, but not really for specifically GBS patients. So that's definitely something that we would like to do. And I'm impressed again to hear from you all the stories about the fear and what impact that has on your life, even years after diagnosis.
Thank you. So Bart, why don't you take us down a journey of sort of what if, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So it's obvious that many are short of complete cure after GBS. And what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for your condition? Lori, can I start with you?
A concrete diagnosis and a concrete treatment. I think that would just help all of us, help this condition. We need someone in the ER to be able to, I don't know, think outside of the box and not just say, in my case, it was the flu. One ER physician should have taken that extra step to say, hey, let's try testing for GBS-CIDP, MMN, or anything. So.
Yeah, thank you. Michael, can you?
Well, I don't know what the best treatment would be, because, my treatments was all trial and error, but I was one of the super lucky people that I walked into my doctor's office across the street from my own house. And it was the nurse practitioner who in 20 minutes said, you have Guillain-Barré syndrome and need to get to the hospital right now. And I've just heard so many stories of people who were treated like they had a stroke or the flu or were lunatics and were sent home, and they got worse. And the worse you get, the more you have to recover. So the treatment, I don't know what the treatment would look like, but it needs to start. Strokes are very common, and we walk into the hospital and it looks like a stroke, but it might be GBS. So sometimes, the doctors see a lot of horses, but sometimes, you might be a zebra or a unicorn. And they just have to keep that in mind, that, don't assume it's the common thing.
Yeah, maybe I can add to that. A recent patient of mine is an oncologist with GBS, and he was also first treated for stroke. So even doctors, if they are patients, struggle with that. So it's something you hear everywhere in the world. Thank you, Michael. Liz?
Yeah, so I'm actually just going to point on or talk about, as a doctor myself, we don't get a lot of reminders about this. We learn about it maybe once during a neurology rotation or, in our pathology classes, but I think continuing medical education needs to be first and foremost for physicians and healthcare providers in general. So just to help with the quick diagnosis and just keeping it on our minds, and just having a go-to treatment plan. You know, not this kind of, like everyone's saying, a trial and error kind of situation. It's like, no, we know what's going to work. Here we go, and hopefully that will speed the recovery, and not kind of contribute to so much PTSD down the road because of all the unknowns.
Thank you. Bob, can you also answer the question as well?
Yes, I mean, I was diagnosed and treated within the same week of being in the hospital. And what I have left are my residuals, the fatigue, the pain, the numbness. And so what I would look for, if we can't solve the whole problem, is can we treat the residuals better than they're being treated? I mean, some are better, most are the same. And the fatigue at this point is the worst.
Okay, thank you. Brian?
Just to echo what some others have said, I would say my biggest thing would be education, particularly in the emergency department. I mean, for me, I'm really grateful that there was a change in shift that led to a different doctor in seeing what was going on and deciding to call the poor neurology resident at like 2 a.m. when I was really grumpy and had no idea how severe what was going on. And they were insistent on me staying and be going through this. Because if I had left, it would have been, who knows what would have happened. So I think making sure that emergency department physicians and really everyone in the emergency department recognizes that GBS presents itself in so many different ways, and you're not going to be able to fit one form that someone walks through the door. And as Michael was saying, it's not going to look the same every single time. So having that education that it doesn't always look the same, but what to look out for, and calling in neurology when it may make sense. So I think just having that education is just so powerful.
I think that's very important. Thank you.
How about from the audience? What's your ideal treatment going to look like if you could go back? Linda, hello. I think you're still on mute, Linda.
There we go. Ideal treatment. It would be great if we all lived near one of these centers for excellence. I was at a small community hospital and I got told I had the most severe case they'd ever seen. And they were telling my family members I might not survive. I have facial paralysis, which I don't see anybody else here on the GBS panel having. And the problem with a small community hospital is I think a lot of times they're guessing, what should I do next? And that leaves me with some sleepless days and nights. You know, should I continue PT? Should I go to a nerve paralysis? Excuse me, I run out of steam when I talk. You know, getting transferred out of these small community hospitals, if they're not certain what to do or what they're doing, would be my ideal treatment protocol. Get the client someplace that is equipped to deal with the diagnosis promptly and completely. And that's what I got.
I like it, Linda. I wish for that too. Other comments on what an ideal therapy might look like? CB, you're back.
Hi there. For me, I just want to talk about one specific aspect that I don't think everyone went through. But for me, weaning off the ventilator was a nightmare. Just the anxiety involved with that, and working with so many different respiratory therapists. They all kind of had different ideas about how to go about it. So there's a lot of uncertainty with that. So I guess for me, an ideal treatment involving this specific aspect of my, course of, I guess, a more foolproof or better methods, better strategy for weaning off the ventilator. Because I don't know, it might sound silly, but it was kind of a nightmare. So yeah.
I can imagine. Thank you for bringing that up. Do we have more comments from the audience? Hi, Kelly.
Hello. Yeah, so I think you know what everybody has said so far about, you know, more education and more information for the doctors and kind of keeping the GBS kind of at the forefront of the symptoms and things, and not to sort of you know, kind of go down a different path. I know most of everybody had talked about going into the ER department. Once I was diagnosed with COVID, I actually was dealing with, you were doing telehealth and that kind of stuff. And I was dealing with my regular primary doctor. Poor thing. She's great, but she just kept missing the mark. And it was hard because I really had to be like, you know, I know what my body's feeling like. I'm telling you, it's a very strange, the things that are going on, that type of stuff, and being able to really advocate for, you know, it's not that I have an upset stomach. It's not that I have, you know, these things that seemed to be so far outside of what I was actually feeling. And so that education, not only going to those ER doctors, but even just your general family practice physicians, making sure that they have that continuing education on GBS, maybe highlights during cold and flu seasons, reminders that, you know, during that time of the year, that when people get colds, flus, flu shots, things like that, that this could also be something, if they see patients with these types of symptoms, to also make sure that GBS might be on the table as a possible diagnosis there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have another question, and this is really open to our panelists and audience. What do you want doctors and nurses to know about GBS?
I could speak to that.
Go ahead.
When I was in the emergency room, there seemed to be a chorus of, "You'll be fine in a year." Well, it's been 10 years and I'm certainly not fine. And whenever I reach out for something, I remember hearing those voices of, "You'll be fine in a year." Most of us aren't fine in a year, and they don't have to say that.
I appreciate that. How about, did anyone have an experience where perhaps you were in ICU and weren't able to respond verbally, but you could hear what was going on around you, but felt like you weren't part of the conversation? Okay. Other comments or thoughts on what you would like doctors or nurses to know about GBS? All right, I'm going to move on. We actually have a few questions that we were not able to get. We didn't think we'd have time to get to. So I'm going to have them up on the screen, and we'll just talk through a couple more topics. So here we go. How do your symptoms and their negative impacts affect your daily life on the best days? So in the yellow, you know, we have the most prevalent responses here. Symptoms affecting pain, fatigue, very limited mobility, much weaker, balance, exhaustion. I think we've heard a lot of that today. Overall, I'm much weaker. It's been 19 years and I still have limited mobility, pain, reduced energy. Common themes, right? The next question. What worries you most about your condition? We talked about this, right? Fear that it will come back, that it will happen again, the unknown, lack of improvements. Am I going to still continue to improve from where I am now? And is it going to continue to progress? My feet are constantly tingling and numb. I'm worried that I may have to have them amputated in the future. What a horrible fear. Next question. How has your treatment regimen changed over time and why? We talked about PT, aquatherapy, the use of pain meds, recovering on our own. We talked a lot here, not only about physical therapy, but emotional therapy as well, right? And to keep tabs on ourselves that way. Next. How well does your current treatment regimen treat the most significant symptoms of your disease? I think my ability to do simple things like open a binder cliff have improved simply because I keep trying. I love that, right? You're not going to know if you don't try. Sometimes I fail and I find myself up most of the night because I just can't lie down without significant pain. I have days when I can do better, but overall it seems to, at best, allow me short spurts of productivity. I think that might be our last question. So just in summary, there seems to be a lot of treatment response, but everybody was treated at a different time in their cycle of disease and diagnosis versus treatment. And so we could say that some people might describe their response as incomplete. Right? Because, and then we have situations like Michael described where he had a hospital experience and then he had a terrifying sort of rehab experience. So what can we do to shorten that time too? And also, I think that this is all highlighted that not all Guillain-Barré maybe is treated the same, right? Several of you talked about different triggers that you think started this, you know, undercooked chicken, a myriad of vaccines. So does each of those patient groups have a different need and respond differently? A lot to learn. So I just want to conclude by thanking particularly our patient panelists for just being so transparent and sharing your journey. I know it can be emotional. So appreciate your sharing your feedback and your comments. Dr. Jacobs, thank you so much for helping to guide the conversation and inform us. And really thanks to the FDA for offering us this opportunity and for continuing to highlight the patient voice in all things. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.